What up, what up, what up? Thank you, Glissy, for the subscription. Welcome back, everybody, to the stream. We all had a good past week or so. I know we've been kind of gone for a bit since I had family visiting from out of state, so why we weren't really doing as many streams and whatnot. It's good to be back.
Bruh.
Hope you all been doing well. I'm going to be continuing on with more Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. Back from where we left off on. Thought you were skipping out on us. No, called I have a life, bro. If I'm not on, it's because there's a reason. I know it's rare to see me take days off, but sometimes I have to because of, family-related reasons. Pretty much one of my uncles came visiting from out of state because he never was able to make it in time for the funeral for my grandparents. And so he came by to visit for a week. Staying at my place here with me and my dad. And went to go see their grave. And then we went to go visit other family and whatnot. Since he was visiting, I just decided to, take a break from the streaming. I want to get your opinion on Linux gaming. I'm actually kind of excited that we were up 6%. I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't focus on Linux gaming. I know what Linux is, and I know what it's for, and I think that it's good to see that there's other operating systems coming out and whatnot to give more creative freedom for people who want to have more control over their computers, but I don't really care for it. So if you're asking me for technical advice or whatnot and etc., then I have none for you. Because I do not use it. I just use Windows and then I get rid of all the bloatware on it when I set up my new operating system. Cheers, everyone. Understand. Well, I think the more it becomes mainstream, we might see more easier operating systems down the line for people such as yourself, Tuck. That'll be cool. I don't really need any quote-unquote easier operating systems. I'm pretty self-sufficient and fluent on knowing how to build computers, install my software and operating systems and whatnot from scratch on it, and going into your BIOS and as well as your Windows system settings and files and whatnot, and know how to like turn shit off and edit stuff and go into your HKey local machine files and etc. to edit everything. Been building computers since I was 7 years old and I'm 32 now. It'll definitely be good for people who don't know anything about computers and but unfortunately the truth of the matter is that there's just always going to be a technophobia. I've learned this since my days in college. There's just people who refuse to want to learn anything about how to operate a computer beyond the basic understanding of just using it for simple mundane tasks and everyday applications for workforce or playing a game on it. But in regards to trying to learn how to fix anything with it or understand if there's something wrong with it, they just have a fear of wanting to apply themselves to do it. Same thing with like people with automobiles, which is why there's always going to be a predominant market for companies that pre-build and IT tech support to repair and fix, because people don't care to want to learn about it because they're too scared that they're going to fuck it up or break it or something, And that's just, I've been learning that since the early 2010s in college, that's a legitimate thing, and you know, among the working class of society and within our culture here in the West. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go liquid cooling, I'd go liquid cooling, but I don't think it's worth the price that you have to pay to get it. More so just getting a more top-of-the-line, bulky CPU fan, you know, and putting in additional fans throughout the case and just making sure you have good airflow, and it does the job just fine. Everyone in liquid cooling actually starts to come down at a more affordable rate where I think it's worth the price, and I'll consider switching over to it. Yeah, I used to help my buddy with shit like that because he had a MacBook and set up a dual boot operating system for him for Windows and for, you know, Macintosh. What up, Venom? Back, bro. How you doing? Now, as cool as it is to hearing about, you know, additional operating systems, so on and so forth being made, problem is that you're going to have to now expect the consumer market to accommodate for that. And that's where I don't want to go on to other operating systems, because most people just don't care to want to do extra work when making games to make it work for everything else. That's why Mac and Linux has the lowest amount of compatibility when it comes down to video games, because it's not so much that their operating systems don't work with them, it's just that a lot of the stuff that's made isn't accommodated for it, and because people don't think it's worth the time and effort or money to put in all those extra man hours to then have to make it all compatible to work with all these extra different OSs and whatnot, and so on and so forth. So until the mainstream has changed for that, where they get accommodated for it and they feel then it's necessary to want to start doing that, then you'll start to see a change. But so far it doesn't seem like that's going to be likely to happen. I'm about to try R3 and give Legends a break. Is that Restoration 3 or whatever? Is that the one that Deja's on? Deja Vu Dark Mist? Nice. Yeah, if I come back to Galaxies one day, I'll most likely be jumping on there with him as well. Legends is still the most populated one out of all of them, granted, and that's the one thing that I feel needs to be the biggest factor for making Star Wars Galaxies fun. But I just refuse to go back to Legends because the people who are in charge of it are just fucking pieces of shits. And they literally let it get to their heads that they think that they're a fucking god among a dead community that's on a dead fucking game. And it's fucking pitiful. It's embarrassing. It's just downright sad that, you know, the CSR and moderators and the devs on Legends have, like, run it the way that they have. And then on top of that, the community within it has such a prejudice towards fucking streamers, because they're so scared about their fucking privacy being, you know, invaded, when it's like, no one gives a fuck what you're doing on here, dude. The only reason why you're so scared about, like, being recorded about what you're saying and doing is because y'all are a bunch of racist, homophobic piece of shits, and you don't want the people to know that. And even then, I would respect people's privacy by not showing the chat box and not going into voice chat with them while we're doing raids and, like, runs on dungeon runs and shit and heroics and all that. But still, people just freak the fuck out when they realize, oh, you're streaming and you have a camera running, and they're worried about what they're doing in a fucking dead game. Like, who the fuck cares, dude? Who the fuck cares? No one gives a shit, dude. You got dudes on there that have a prejudice towards me from something that happened 15, 20 fucking years ago when I was a teenager and they were an adult. Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a fucking break. It really disgusts me because you see how pitiful and sad and pathetic a lot of these fucking people's lives are that play on those emulators. And, like, it's their life. Like, if you love playing it, that's cool. I'm not dissing you if you love to play it. But these are the people who, like, nothing else exists outside of this dead fucking game that ended back in 2011 and started in 2003. And it's just their blood. They can't live without it. And I'm like, Jesus, dude. These are like the equivalent of people who peaked in high school and they never moved on beyond that. And they're like 40, 50 years old and their greatest years of their life was high school and that's all they can ever talk about. And they think that it amounts to anything. It's the same type of fucking mentality among these people. Just a big ass baby still, and they peaked on this game, and then when it died, they got real butthurt. Yeah. Because it's the only time in their life where they amounted to anything and felt like they mattered to something. And because they're such fucking toxic scumbags, they just can't conform in society properly to know how to create more friendships and to adapt and move on with their life. And don't get me wrong, any weight that applied to my name as Techivore came from Star Wars Galaxies. So, yes, there is some form of significance behind the name with that history. But now it's become what it is as an online persona for me because I've taken it with me everywhere I've gone, and it is now what it is with streaming. I've wanted to try the Star Wars clone servers on Gary's Mod, but it's so hard to get into those servers. Why? Because they're always maxed out with people on it. I looked into Clone Adventures at the time, but I just felt like it was too childish of a game for me to get into. I don't know. It just looked like it was meant for like little kids, so it didn't really appeal to me. Well, in other news, while I've been gone, I managed to rebuild up some of my ancient gaming collection that I lost in a house fire many, many years ago. We've got a PS2 Silver Slim edition, the mini PS2, and some games for it. I bought a PS3 Slim and some exclusive games for it that are not available on PC. So we've got more options in the future to play some nostalgic games and whatnot. Be pretty cool. Next thing I'm going to be trying to focus on next month is probably getting a PlayStation 1. Hunting down a bunch of the old games I used to have and some for it. The emulator is cool, but I'm sad that I'm surprised Star Wars The Old Republic has come a long way from when Clone Wars Adventures was out. Yeah, there's so many role-play guilds on them, I don't think I could sit through 3.5 hours of training before I get to experience the gameplay. Yeah, it sucks, but like the reason why that's become the common practice for guilds now is because a lot of people don't know how to properly roleplay. And they don't want their immersion ruined from some idiot that just wants to come along and say, I'm a Sith Lord, and then just swing and cut your balls off and then expect you to play along with it. And it's just like that's not how you role play at all. But there are an alarming amount of people who think that that's what it is. Hey, hold on, guys. I'm listening to a message. Okay. There you go. Is he even a little down today, Teg? Is it because of the funeral? Not enough other reasons. I'm tired lately. Stressed and with my dad, and yeah, it's sad to have to go visit the grandparents' funerals and whatnot. Or, well, grave, but so on and so forth. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, though, is yeah, we got a PS2 and a PS3 and a bundle of games for both of them. Plan on next month wanting to get a PS1 and oh, what the fuck, my music. Get a PS1 and start rebuilding up the old classic games with them too.
Smoke weed every day.
I'm not going to bother getting a PS4 because pretty much all the PS4 games that were released have been brought over to PS5, and I have a PS5. So, no point. And because by the end of this year, Sony said they're going to be discontinuing all support for the PS4. So unless if you have a disc tray version, your digital version is going to literally become useless because they're going to be taking off the store, taking off everything digital related with support, and pretty much just shutting the operating system down if you have the digital version of the PS4 console. If you have the disc version, then you can still play the games that you have on disc on it. But other than that, like if you have the digital version of a PS4, they're shutting everything off for it and trying to force convert people onto the PS5. I think personally it's kind of shit. I think that's pretty fucked up, but this is the age that we're living in now where they're digitalizing everything and moving away from, materialistic means for owning something that you buy, and pretty much game tech analysts have been saying like the PS4 is literally going to become the first console. Assuming if you don't have the disc tray version, which the majority of people who have a PS4 don't have the disc tray version, the majority of people who have a PS4, based on Sony statistics, is ones who own the digital console. Why? Because it's cheaper and it's easier to maintain, and it's easier to just have access to getting all the games that you want at the click of a button instead of having to go and like buy them and so on and so forth. And half the time with the games that you do buy, it doesn't even have the game on it. It just has a serial key to allow you to then have it downloaded and updated from their fucking cloud servers from the stores and then putting it onto your console. Because the games are becoming so fucking big now that they can't even fit it on a goddamn Blu-ray disc. It's just forced degradation in a sense. So even if you do have the disc tray version, depending on what kind of game you have, it may not even have the game on the disc. And therefore, you won't be able to play it anyways. It's going to be literally the first gaming console in history where it becomes literally useless once support for it discontinues. No other console before that point has ever had this issue before. It would only just ever be hardware-related issues on why the console doesn't work anymore. Things break down. Things get old, But now we're getting into that age where they can literally shut the fucking switch off on your console and it will not work anymore for anything because they won't have any type of support for it. Yeah, and I say the same thing, Lizzie. If buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't fucking stealing anymore then. And, people should then start using emulators and so on and so forth, which, the emulators themselves are not illegal, but the websites that are providing all the ISOs in order for you to get the digital copies of the games is, and that's where it's going to always be a technical war because eventually they will all get torn down and then they have to try and put them back up on another domain, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and avoid the feds and the law, which are going to try and like tear them down more and more and more. So ends up becoming, But emulators are really sought after because they can make the old school games look a lot more crisp and nicer in detail with just the built-in engine settings versus even trying to hunt down the original hardware consoles and game copies themselves. Unless if you have a CRT television, like older games look like shit now on Ultra HD, like smart TVs, flat screen TVs, all that stuff. So it's not even really worth wanting to play it on bigger like modern TVs because it just looks such like dog shit, like way worse than they did back then. We're trying to play them now, and but people wonder like why emulators are becoming more sought after and why they're expanding on them more and more. So yeah, this is the age that we live in now. This is how the video gaming industry is turning out to be. Which is why I just say just fucking go PC release. But now you got Sony saying that they don't want to continue making their Sony games on PC anymore, which is something that they've been trying to do for the last like 5 years now, when they announced that they're not going to strictly keep it exclusive anymore to consoles. And you've been seeing a lot of PC or Sony exclusive titles coming to PC as well as Sony or as well as PlayStation. But earlier this year, they said, yeah, we aren't really pleased to see the results of like that decision originally that we made, and we think it would be more beneficial for our company to just go back to being exclusive only and releasing our games only for the consoles which I'm rolling my eyes. It's like because you guys are fucking greedy bastards and you don't like sharing your profits with other people. Yeah, I've got my 360 here as well, but I've got the latest model that they made before they discontinued manufacturing them, which was those the sleek, silent, chrome case one or whatever. But it is definitely hard to find the old school original 360 models. I don't think quite. I feel like PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 are finally getting to that point of peaking, hitting their peak with maximizing out the pricing for the games and the consoles and all that. If you're trying to still get them to this day, with how expensive they can get, and would be getting until like probably another 10 to 15 years shift from now. So it's going to be kind of like staying stable for a bit. But I feel like PlayStation 2 is going to get it's going to start rising. It's still being slept on a little bit, but being considering that it's the most sold console in gaming history with the well, I don't know if it has the most games made for it or if the 360 PS3 era had more video games that came out in that time frame. It might be close. But anyways, considering the massive inventory of video games that they've made for the PS2, you know, that's why it's still being slept on a bit, on still being able to find it dirt cheap everywhere and anywhere and getting a fuckload of games for it for dirt cheap, all that stuff. But I feel like within the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to start seeing like a shift in the air with people really seeking out PlayStation 2s and games for them and everything, and it's going to start getting higher in price because it's going to finally start hitting the wall a little bit. Well, everything's going to eventually have to get refurbished at some point, Glizzy. Every single one of them. Capacitors are going to burn out. Chips are going to burn out. Certain sections of the fucking chipboard is going to break. Like, it's inevitable. You can't avoid that, you know. Not I guarantee you there's not a single fucking console to this day for well, actually I take that back. I guarantee you that it's coming down, but what I can guarantee you that there's going to be a day where not a single fucking console is going to exist that wasn't tampered with in some type of regard, being replaced with newer parts, so on and so forth. Nothing lasts forever, you know. But for certain things like let's say like a PS3 or an Xbox 360, swapping out their old HDDs and putting in some SSDs, stuff like that, is definitely a beneficial upgrade for something like those consoles. I mean, I would definitely recommend it just so it can increase the speed and loading time exponentially, and because they can last a lot longer, you know. I just want to play this old school Assassin's Creed Black Flag and Assassin's Creed 1. I mean, you can get that on PC. Old school AC1 and old school AC Black Flag. Got it on Steam and Ubisoft, you know. Want to play it as vanilla as is, default settings of how it is set for those consoles at the time, you can do that. I got Black Flag Resynced ready to go for the July 9th release. Well, we've spent enough time having a toke session here. Let's get ready to hop into some KOTOR 2, shall we? Yeah. I'm lucky, dude. I got a video game wizard store that's about 25, 30 minutes away. And they have literally like every fucking generation of console that you can think of in that store. And it's the biggest one that's in the state as well. I mean, dude, they got the fucking Commodore 6, like they got the Commodore for crying out loud. Every fucking Atari you can think of, every handheld you can think of, like eventually I want to fucking expand all of my, like get back everything I've lost from my house fire, like back in those days.
Are you waiting for the administrator too? You won't have to wait too long. But if you want results, now that you may never get here.
Why not?
Kunda's like a droid without his power cell. Useless. We have problems all over, and the most you can get out of the administrator is a pat in the back.
Yeah, there's a few online stores and whatnot that you can go to as well. That's based in other states.
I fought in the war, and I know how to use my
there's
blaster rifle.
Game Exchange. There's DK Oldies.
Then I will.
I'm just glad I got a local place that I could go to that's got. Dude, it's fucking insane how much they've got in that store. Like, so what exactly is your problem?
Salvagers are the problem. They strip bare the ruins that belong to the people of Dantooine. Then they sell what they find back to us at inflated prices.
I'm not a violent man. I've had my share of it in the war. I sincerely hoped I could just hang my blaster rifle on the wall as a souvenir for my grandchildren.
But I can't farm without my equipment.
So they stole your equipment then?
Well, yes and no. I brought my moisture vaporator to Kunda to be serviced. On the way back to my farm, I took a shortcut next to the Enclave ruins. Damn Lagrix came out of nowhere. I had to run before they made a meal of me. When I returned to retrieve my equipment, the salvagers had already stripped it bare.
So, what was stolen from you exactly?
A lot of farming equipment. It's not even valuable, just important for the moisture vaporators and hydroprocessors. The thief must be desperate for credits.
So, why is it that they don't want to help?
It's hard to deal with womp rats when you got a gundark on your back. I believe she'll get around to it, but I think by then it'll be too late.
I understand that the wheels turn slowly on this sort of thing, but my crops are in immediate danger. The salvaging laws on Dantooine are a mess, and in my mind, they favor the salvagers.
So what can I do to help?
I suppose you could. Actually, you almost look like a salvager.
If you could go to this salvager camp and convince the salvager Joran to return my modulator, I would be very grateful.
I'm not rich, but I have some souvenirs from the war I could give you.
Okay, so where's the salvager camp at?
It's right next to the ruins of the Jedi Enclave. Just follow the smell. You can't miss them.
I was just responding to a message. Well, I'll see what I can do then to help.
That's great. I'm certainly not getting any help around here. If you need to know anything more, just ask me.
My sister, sorry, I'm just responding to her real quick. DK Oldies is charging $512 for a fat PS3. Yeah, the reason why they charge more, though, is because they actually take it apart, they clean it thoroughly, they replace any broken components on it, and then they place it. So it's practically almost like it's a brand new version of the console that's clean and will have the longest shelf life. So they take in all of that into why the price is higher.
A lot of people here hate Jedi, but when they were here, they tried helping us. I don't blame them.
Your luck is not of the hapless settler. You are the newcomer that lands in a battered ship. Yes. No friendly greetings are here for you.
What are you guys doing in Kunda?
I come here to speak to the militia and make them understand a truth. Something of mine they have in their possession. It's very unwise to stand in my way. I am done being inconvenienced by you.
The settler notices your lightsaber, doesn't say anything.
Ah, you have called me. Have I not told you that I don't like interruptions? Now, this is a disruption that is most welcomed. This news bears some thought. You have done well. This time, do not interrupt me again. Preparations need to be made. Another was not expected so soon.
Don't cause any more trouble.
A visitor. Please, come in. Welcome to Kunda. I am
The Wild Arms, thank you very much
for
for
the owner of
reposting
the
my stream.
ship that just landed.
I came in that ship, yes.
And unless I'm much mistaken, that's the Ebon Hawk. That vessel has been on Dantooine before, during the war. That was a Jedi vessel.
Well, I prefer you kept that quiet. Jedi don't seem to be liked around here or practically anywhere these days.
That is an unfortunate truth. And a wise request, which of course I will honor. Most settlers here hold bitter memories of the Sith occupation. Right or wrong, our settlers blame the Jedi and their hidden enclave for their suffering. I remember the old Jedi Masters and the considerable help they lent to Dantooine. I still maintain discreet connections with Jedi. I suppose your arrival here is no coincidence.
What do you mean by that?
My friend, let's just call him Vrook. We've known each other for many years, and our continued friendship could create many problems in the current political climate. He came to Dantooine not too long ago. He was looking into something quite important. He's gone missing recently. Did he send for you in case something went wrong?
He didn't send for me, but I would like to meet with him.
Vrook and I had a mutually beneficial arrangement for several weeks. He went to the Jedi Enclave sublevel recently and hasn't returned. I know the sublevel is dangerous. I'm starting to fear the worst. Would you be willing to go to the ruins of the Enclave to look for him?
Well, I mean, I actually came here to search the Enclave ruins anyways.
This could work to both of our advantage. You can search for artifacts for your own interest, and also for Vrook at the same time. I will have one of the militia transmit permissions to the Enclave security door. Go expecting danger, for you will most certainly find it there. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Oh, is there any work besides that I can do here?
There are plenty of opportunities to assist people on Dantooine. Too many, I'm afraid. I would go to the militia headquarters and make your intentions known there. Besides that, just listen and ask around.
Do the people of Dantooine really hate the Jedi?
To most people in the galaxy, the distinction between Sith and Jedi is a blurry one, especially since most Sith were once Jedi. It is complicated by the fact that Malak and Revan were great heroes of the Republic and famed Jedi Knights. But a few years later, they were leading an armada which threatened everyone. And here on Dantooine, the Jedi Enclave provoked a brutal occupation by the Sith. It could have been far worse, but even now the damage has not been fully mended.
What can be done about it?
I don't think everyone hates Jedi. If just a few people changed their minds or spoke up, it could make a great deal of difference. I think that we need the help of the Jedi. If the Jedi's reputation isn't redeemed, the consequences could be quite regrettable. Until then, I would keep your identity secret.
Don't cause any more trouble for Dantooine. We've had enough of it for a lifetime.
What brings you to Kunda? Do you have any troubles to report? I'm here to help. I just hope you aren't here about Garavek.
I mean, I haven't had any problems with the militia so far.
You haven't? Well, that's something. I'm the second in command over here, and we keep getting incidents. Our staff is stretched thin. Too thin. If you do have trouble, I'm not the one to talk to. You need to talk to Zeron. He takes a hands-on role as the militia captain.
Well, isn't being hands-on a good thing, though?
This is sensitive. It's not really a secret, though. A lot of people are upset with Zeron. He's a hard man and doesn't answer to anybody. Except, I suppose, the administrator. The thing is, he expects everyone to follow all the laws. That's not normally a bad thing, but the mercenaries are used to having a bit more freedom. So, it's like Zeron keeps prodding a rancor with a stun stick. To a rancor, it's just a minor nuisance. But if you keep at it, he's gonna fight back. The mercenaries aren't unreasonable. They're mostly just war veterans looking for work. But Zeron just keeps poking them. So he has to get involved to make sure that the militia does what he wants. Otherwise, we'd probably give the mercenaries some room.
Can't anyone do something about it?
It's tricky. You see, I think Zeron may be taking this whole thing a little personal. I'm not sure. Just a guess. I also think he's doing more to provoke them than just investigating every complaint against them hard. He's up to something. If someone could just ask a few questions, turn up some answers. Maybe see if Zeron isn't being completely honest with the rest of us. Well, then maybe he should be replaced.
I hope that you're doing okay. Well, what can I do to help with the situation?
Just look around. See if Zeron's up to something on the side. Something that'll hurt the fragile peace we got with the mercenaries. So if you happen to find something out like that, you should see Administrator Adare. If you have to do some footwork to check into things, you'll be compensated. We should probably talk about something else. I hate going behind the captain's back. I just feel... I just have a feeling about it.
Looks like this place has had a lot of problems, then.
I don't even want to get into it. Ask around if you want to know the details. It'll just make my headache worse if I talk about it. I don't know what we'd do without Administrator Adare.
Welcome back.
She managed to plow through a lot of the family bickering once the Sith left during the war. She's kept us together.
This has been kind of like today.
Zeron too, I suppose.
I don't think you don't approve of Zeron.
This is sensitive. It's not really a secret, though. A lot of people are upset with Zeron. He's a hard man and doesn't answer to anybody. Except, I suppose, the administrator. The thing is, he expects
you got me in the mood to play Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy.
That's not normally a bad thing.
And Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast.
Are used to having a bit more freedom.
And Dark Forces.
So it's like Zeron keeps prodding a rancor with a stun stick. To a rancor, it's just a minor nuisance. But if you keep at it, he's gonna fight back. The mercenaries aren't unreasonable. They're mostly just war veterans looking for work. But Zeron just keeps poking them. So he has to get involved to make sure that the militia does what he wants. Otherwise, we'd probably give the mercenaries some room.
Well, I mean, with some people, if you give them a little room, they'll take a lot more.
Dantooine has had mercenaries on it for years. I've talked with some, and they're not unreasonable. There's got to be some sort of compromise we can both live with.
A lot of people think that the mercenaries are up to something, though.
We haven't been able to prove the mercenaries have done anything terribly wrong. And I believe them. I don't think they're involved. The Kathhounds and Kinrath are everywhere. It's just dangerous. I think we should be working on getting along. It's hard to follow orders that have you make things worse.
I mean, that attitude is dangerous, though. When you're outnumbered on a hostile world, you've got to stay as a team.
That's a good way of looking at it. I may not agree with the captain, but I guess I should make everyone fall in line. I still worry that he may provoke the mercenaries into something more dangerous. But I suppose he may know something I don't. Thanks.
Before I go, though, I've got a couple of questions.
I'll tell you anything that's public knowledge. Most militia news passes by me and Zeron. I might be able to help.
Do you have anything that you can say about Soru's problem?
Oh, you heard about that.
Yeah.
We have so much to look into that Sulru's concern is pretty low on our list. We asked the salvagers, but they claim that the salvager responsible is nowhere to be found.
Well, I mean, I've heard that there's Jedi around here, though.
I've heard that rumor too. People get really riled up about Jedi around here. Some people seem to have a selective memory. During the war, the Jedi were a big help here. They did everything for us, from clearing out dangerous beasts to solving a murder investigation. I try to stay out of it, though. Standing up for Jedi is one way to become unpopular around here.
And do you know if the rumor's true?
Maybe. Although I don't know why a Jedi would come back here. The only reason why people ever came here before was the Enclave. And with that gone...
And doing what's right isn't always a popular decision, though.
Easy to say for someone that doesn't live here. I'd rather grab an unshielded power coupling than get involved in that debate. The militia's dealing with enough already.
If good men say nothing, then the dark side triumphs.
You're not wrong there. For what good it'll do, if it comes up, I'll say what I think is right. You happy? I hope so. You may be my only friend in a few days. Talking about Jedi is just depressing these days. Any other cheerful problems you want to talk about?
I mean, I think that's probably about it for now.
All right.
Tochi monas runta, yun bola, watagratomchi mulira, pitasa cantone tosha. Posoma britoshniki tuk bamba, bora, kino molira nibonon, kin un batno koktek. Posoma britoshniki tuk bamba, bora, kino molira nibonon, kin un batno koktek. Posoma britoshniki.
It is much, but too sad to see these things happen to such humans. Therefore, our mission's clear. Selling arms, right? You are astute human and quite correct. Since whoever come to troubles, they must be able to defend themselves. Therefore, I offer the highest of quality weapons at the lowest of low prices for them. Here, offer you much wave weaponry. Okay, let's see what you're selling. A gray Jedi robe. The Jedi robe. A warbowcaster. Yep, I'm definitely putting that one on.
Don't cause any more trouble for Dad.
I'm the militia captain here. Are you here because you're in trouble or looking for it?
I've had a spot of trouble, yes.
Talk to Baroon first. If your situation needs militia involvement, he'll send you my way. You got any other reason for coming to militia headquarters?
I'm just looking around, getting to know people. See if anyone needed a hand.
Rare thing, a visitor wanting to help out. Looks to me like you're here to explore the Jedi ruins. But we have a thing or two that need doing. You seriously want to help, just ask about it. Or any other questions you might have. You want something?
Okay. So what sort of work do you have to do around here?
I've seen a lot of visitors come through Kunda. You're the first one in a while that looks the capable sort. We have a small problem with Kinrath. Maybe you've already seen some of them. They're coming from a cave in the Kunda Plains. I'd take care of it myself, but there aren't many people in the militia. We'd lose too many men. There's a reward if you do it.
How dangerous is it?
Very. The Kinrath you see on the plains aren't as tough as the ones inside the caves. They may not look much different, but they are tough.
Why are they so overran?
Kinrath are normally just pests. We think something happened to their nest. Started near the end of the Civil War. Nobody knows for sure. Even the Ithorian. And they're smart about such things.
Alright, so how much is the reward then?
2,000 credits.
So few settlers' lives are much more important than credits.
I agree with you, but I don't barter. I got... What's up? You want?
What's Garvik's connection to the militia?
Some of the salvagers went deep into the ruins and found a lot of Jedi relics. It's the most valuable haul the salvagers ever got. But all the salvagers that went down there are dead. So it seems every day or so some salvager comes claiming they're owed by such and such, or that they're related. The whole thing makes me sick. Garvik says he won the whole claim in a Pazak game with the last survivor, right before he killed him. But that was a fair fight. There were witnesses. But nobody remembers Garvik ever playing Pazak. I just hope someone takes this blasted claim off my hands. I'm tired of those lowlives pestering me. We've got real work to do. You want something?
I don't want to tell him that he's being investigated, though. That's everything on this side.
Ready?
What's going on?
Can't go in there. Can't go in there. Yeah. I think we'll need to start getting some more trust from the administrator to give us the access key and whatnot for these extra rooms. Welcome back to Dantooine. Well, bye. Back to the Jedi Enclave that's been destroyed, back from the first game. So if I remember correctly, we can turn Beodor into a Jedi on this planet. Alright, it's gonna be the Kinrath Caves that he's gonna have his moment to. Those are the opposites of the yes, they're big lions.
Tapele gathered a group to go to the cell.
You a new salvager? Or one of those Kunda cantina rats coming here to complain?
I guess I'm a salvager, technically.
Well, we don't need another one. Look around this camp. We got the salvaging more than covered. I'm gonna give you some advice. Turn back. There's nothing you're gonna find.
And why is that?
Because anything valuable in the ruins was carted away months ago. The only salvagers left are either desperate, ornery, or not right in the head. And while you look dirty enough to be here, I don't think you're any of those things. So go back to Kunda.
Really, there's something left.
The only thing left is the sub-level, and that's crawling with Lagrex. And those things are smarter than half the salvagers here, though that don't take much. And don't be asking any pesky questions. You're new, and no one is gonna help you out.
Why's that?
Because there isn't enough salvage to share with the people already here. And a hungry newcomer is about as welcome as a diuretic hut.
I mean, I'm going to the ruins. I've come a long way.
If you're not going to listen to anybody, maybe you can help me out. The only place that has anything is the sub-level. And only a couple of fools have gone there. And they're now dead fools. Now, I'd like to do the decent thing and get their bodies and put them to rest. That hole isn't a fit place for a salvager. So, if you find a couple human corpses down there, just grab their gear and their bodies. I'll pay you 500 credits for each of them.
So, what do you do around here then?
I've been here the longest, and I'll be here last. I buy Jedi salvage from the ruins. Slow business now, but I get by.
Who do you sell it to?
Sometimes I sell them to visitors like yourself. Besides, that's none of your flaming business.
I mean, can I see what you have for sale?
You should have let me know you're a customer instead of letting me think you're some disease-ridden salvager. Let me show you what I've got.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, a visitor comes to our delightful salvager camp. We are honored. Do you come bringing your credits and curiosity?
Pleasure to meet you.
A civilized person with manners. Very rare in this part of the galaxy. I am most honored to meet you. If I may, a question I pose to you, traveler. Do you wish to buy one of the most elusive of all Jedi artifacts? A powerful Jedi holocron.
Huh. I'm impressed.
You flatter me, traveler. It was a good day when I found this holocron. But you are lucky, for I will sell it to you for a low price. I ask a mere 1,000 credits for this rare find. This is not a matter of negotiation. You should buy it quickly before others come.
Could I expect it first? Maybe it's broken.
I assure you it isn't. I will show it to you presently. As you can see, it is in fine shape. A real bargain at a mere 1,000 credits.
That is a remarkable fake, but it's not even worth the time you wasted describing it.
How'd you know? Well, I never unload this accursed thing. This isn't my fault. You can't blame me.
And how isn't this your fault?
This forgery has passed through several hands in this camp. I am merely the latest victim. I wish to abandon this dung heap.
So you didn't make this?
No, of course not. Another salvager sold it to me, and he bought it from another one before him. When there were more salvagers, incidents like this were common. But now there are few of us, and I'm stuck with this garbage. There's no way I can make it home to my family and children.
I doubt you even have a wife.
You with all your observations. I'm not going to talk to you about the holocron anymore. So, what should we talk about?
I mean, do you know anything about the thief?
You should talk to Durala. I've told her everything I know. I think I saw the thief by the ruins of the Enclave. I believe that the thief has to be living in the sub-level, because every place else has been visited many times by the salvagers. I didn't get a clear look at the thief. It was dark, and the ruins provide many hiding places.
I need to know a little bit more about the salvagers.
We come from many different planets, drawn to the rumors of fortune. I believe the early salvagers did make some credits, but latecomers like myself barely find anything. Early salvagers said that the ruins were mostly empty to begin with. Many think that the administrator didn't allow
Might get
us
some
to
chips
salvage
and
it
dip
before
real
people were
quick
done with
here.
it.
As a little snacky snack. So what are the settlers like?
They want nothing to do with us. The only thing they want is part of our profits. Now that salvaging is running out, I doubt they will tolerate our presence much longer.
And the mercenaries?
I don't know nor care. They're trouble, but fortunately they ignore us. When they're looking for work, they mainly bother the settlers.
Right then. Alright, be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab a little bit of chips and dip. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. He has returned. I've got my chips and dip. French onion dip with some good old original Ruffles. Can't go wrong. Nice salty chip for a onion flavor.
Last forever. Take them down.
That's another one for me.
You've wandered into the wrong camp. You got the look of a warrior, and we got all the blasters we need. If you're looking for work too, just take a trip spaceward. We don't need any more competition. Got it?
I heard you were making trouble out here for the settlers.
What if we do? They're practically begging to be pushed around. You've seen them, right? They're weak.
I mean, their skills may not lie solely in warfare, but this isn't a failing.
You sound like a flaming Jedi. I didn't just mean their weapons. I meant their character. They're very quick to blame everyone but themselves for their problems. So the galaxy has dealt them a bad hand. They should ante up and get back in the game. The administrator is different.
Yo, Anubis, what's up, dude? This is a goated game. That it is, my friend, that it is. I mean, what can you tell me about the other mercenaries around here?
Most of us are veterans of the Jedi Civil War. Some even fought in the Mandalorian Wars. A lot of soldiers have been looking for a place in the galaxy. The really skilled usually wind up here.
Thank you very much for the follow. So who's your leader then?
A Scythian by the name of Azkul. He was an elite trooper for Malak during the Jedi Civil War. He knows how to wage war.
Why haven't you been able to land a job?
We had a contract with the Republic, doing some work in the Outer Rim. But they scaled back, and we were some of the casualties. Now the Republic isn't hiring anymore. I hear they have no credits.
Oh, who's your leader then?
A Scythian by the name of Azkul. He was an elite trooper for Malak during the Jedi Civil War. He knows how to wage war.
And what do you do when you're in between jobs?
We find ways to divert ourselves. A lot of us find odd jobs. There are many more mercs around than what you see on Dantooine. We're spread out.
Okay.
Can I help you?
What are a bunch of Mandalorians doing on Dantooine?
Just trying to make a living. At least there's still people in the galaxy who know our value. It's not glamorous work, but a man has to eat, right?
Oh, true. Good luck with that. Take it easy.
Smells like another salvager's come to our camp. Vacate, Mudlicker. Don't make me tell you again.
Ease off, Nalik. There's better sport than this one.
I don't need help to take out a Mudlicker. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Like your friend said, I'm not a salvager, I'm a warrior like yourself.
You fighting any wars? I fought in the Jedi Civil War. I guess you don't look like much of a salvager.
Which side of the war were you on?
Sides don't matter much. We're all soldiers. Most of us mercenaries worked with the Sith. Not too many Republic soldiers survived the war.
Why did you want to fight me so bad?
I thought you were one of those useless salvagers. Or perhaps an uppity settler. I've had about enough of their attitude. So I figured blasting one of them would have done me some good. It's been a while since we've had work.
You got defensive quick, right? So, what's the talk around what are you mercenaries up to?
You were a soldier too, so you know I'm not gonna answer you.
Use some forced persuasion. You want to answer my question.
I want to answer your question. Oh, my head. I don't know for sure. I hear rumors. I heard we got a secret job working with some powerful organization. No one tells me who. I know we're planning an attack soon, but I don't know against who. They aren't too far, though, because we're expecting to attack soon.
Alright. No hints at all who you're attacking?
We're preparing to attack soon, so they have to be in this sector of the galaxy. They've been very quiet about who the enemy is. I don't feel so well. I feel dizzy. I gotta go now.
Hold on a second here, sorry. I don't want to go to the Enclave just yet. I want to go to the Kinrath Caves or the caves. Oh my. They're charging quick.
How do you like that?
Oh, this brings us back to the Enclave, or the Enclave, the militia base. That dizziness smells like bitch. What's the matter? You can't handle a quick little fucking Jedi mind trick without going, oh, I'm getting dizzy, it's sick. Oh, girl. So I suggest you stop acting like a little bitch.
That's a little one for me.
What? You shouldn't sneak up on an old fella like that. You shouldn't be out of here anyway. This is Kinrath territory.
Kinrath, huh? What are you doing out here?
A couple weeks back, there was an accident here. One of the Western Fringe farmers was coming to Kunda on his swoop with a load of atmospheric sensors. We found him dead and his swoop bike all banged up. I've come back a couple of times to try to figure out if that's what really happened.
Are you suspecting foul play?
I do. The Kinrath are dangerous. But as long as you stay on your swoop bike, there's no way they should catch you. I've carefully searched this area and haven't found anything. So maybe our man just got sloppy. We really need those atmospheric sensors.
But Dantooine is temperate. There is no need for atmospheric sensors except for seasonal data collection.
Huh? It's just important we get it back. They're expensive pieces of equipment, and we can't afford to replace them. Regardless, I don't suppose you'd be willing to keep an eye out for something.
Be honest, why do you really want them, though?
I just really need them. It's important. Please come to me if you find any of the atmospheric sensors. I'll pay you 1,000 credits for each one you find, whether they're broken or not.
You have any idea where they could be?
No idea whatsoever. I figure it's a real long shot you'd ever spot one. But I also figure it wouldn't hurt to ask.
I mean, I suppose. I can see what I do, or see what I can do. Yes, a few fucking quests to do. Okay. The whole section we haven't yet to explore nearby the mercenary base, or the militia base, could have another pathway that leads off down south. I don't know if it does or not, but I'm gonna go check. Nah, it doesn't. So where do we find the atmospheric sensors?
Do you feel it? The wound on this world, it is centered here. If we succeed in gathering the Jedi, they will come to this place. And if those Jedi are slain, then all that remains of the Order shall be drawn here as well.
When will this happen?
We will know when the time comes. And I hope our enemies do not.
Announcement. You have caused us to expenditure a great deal of effort to find you, Jedi. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Threat. Come with us without resistance, Jedi, or you will come with us in pain.
Don't you ever know when to quit?
Failing, Master.
I'm over. I don't know why it's doing that weird screen flickering shit, but maybe because I minimized the game at some point. There we go.
Who are we missing? We're one off.
Missing Joran. I don't see Joran.
That runt of a Cathhound, he's the one with the backpack. Did anybody grab anything from the room? Anybody? What do you want?
I'm heading for the ruins of the Enclave.
You won't find anything there except on the lowest sublevel, and there you'll only find death. Lagreks are everywhere.
What happened?
I managed to get this sad lot of salvagers to work together. Then we get 2 rooms into the sublevel, and we get swarmed by Lagreks. And even then we fight our way out. But of course the only one that managed to grab the salvage is still in there. I don't even know why I bothered.
Yeah, I might be able to help him.
I'm not going to tell you that. If you do rescue him, you'll just have to claim on the salvage. Jedi artifacts are rare enough these days without some newcomer coming in. So stay out of it, and we won't have a problem.
You gonna be going back room?
Are you kidding? Of course we aren't. He's on his own. I only wish he didn't have the salvage on him. Now, if you don't mind, we're going someplace you can't eavesdrop on us, and get down to our business.
Okay. It's on the other side.
Like that? That's another one for me. That's another one for me.
I don't want to go in here yet because I want to go do the crystal cave part first.
Jaren knew the risks. He wouldn't do anything different if he was in our situation.
What? Who is that? You go down and...
I want to talk to you about the dead salvagers.
It's a shame about them. Have any luck getting to their bodies?
Still looking for them. Let me see what you're selling also. Oh, here, sure, we got it. So saying that the Kinrath case is over where Sahi is at, or whatever the hell his name is? Hidden along the rock wall just past him. There it is. Hit it all the way out here in the corner. Interesting, it's not attacking him.
I don't know about that.
What, the sensor?
They are vitally important pieces of equipment on tectonically or environmentally unstable regions. But do you really need atmospheric sensors on Dantooine?
Can you examine one of the sensors?
I'll have this open in no time. Child's play.
Inside the atmospheric sensor is a hidden surveillance device. No wonder why I said he'd want some so badly. Good work, Theodore. Sensor provides strong evidence that Zeron is endangering relations with the mercenaries.
Yes, Gen... Take him down.
Shouldn't be sitting around like that. These sounds are too dark to tell a man from beast. My apologies. No worries. But what are you doing here? Dangerous Kinrath. And yet they don't seem to be attacking you. Why is that? That's a trade secret I'm afraid I can't share. I'm gonna explore like you. You can share your secrets with me. Well, I suppose I could tell fellow explorer. Recently discovered that this Kinrath discerned friend from foe base primarily on set. Common Kinrath have an odor emitting gland near the rectum, used from attacking each other. Carefully extracted with surgical tools, the gland will still function. Okay. You have an extra scent gland I can use? Sadly, I only have one gland on my person, which I need to keep. I could extract another for you, but the process takes several hours. I would like to hold your gland. Alright, here it is. Careful, it's very slimy. Don't squeeze too hard or it'll pop. Yeah, I'll take that gland back now. My deepest apologies, but my need is greater than yours. Damn, that took back a lot. I lost a lot of fucking light side points from that.
Who? That? What do you? But of course the. No. Jaren knew the risks. He wouldn't do anything different.
Ah, the Traveler has so.
Let's head over to the Crystal Cave.
You'll find little well.
Okay. Go into the cave. Then we're going to go find the sensors, all that stuff.
I don't know about that. Oh, shut.
Like that. Let's go.
Let me handle this.
Damn.
Yotapak, me.
Apologies.
Kavanata.
must have one of these scent glands.
Ya tu
Yeah, you got back.
Bawan madiransha, you kamos krun. Nande misoku kuran marenden krabanozot.
So what do you know about these other mercenaries that are working together against this militia?
Yatuka uwanrika chotin
They're rather surly, but that happens anytime significant downtime between jobs. So why do they keep you out of the loop?
Yatuka
If you don't fit in well with the other mercenaries, I've given up special privileges, which makes some of the others jealous. So you mentioned crystals. Yeah, the crystals came around like anything I've seen. Some are warm to the touch, while others are freezing. They seem to draw and contain energy of some sort. As you speak of as this force, I can sense some of the small force potential with you. In you. I wouldn't speak of the force if I were you. Most of my mercenary brethren would assume you were a Jedi and try to collect a bounty on you. Well, I am a Jedi. Yes, I thought you were. However, I recommend keeping that quiet. I won't betray your secret, but other mercenaries won't be more opportunistic, yeah, than I. Well, there's all. What do you know about the other mercenaries? Surely, but that happens anytime significantly downtimes. I've heard we should be getting another job real soon, but I don't know what it will be exactly. I intend to keep an eye out of the loop. Why do they keep you out of the loop? If you're told I don't fit in well with the other mercenaries, I'm given special privileges, which makes some of them jealous. Well, the energy that you speak of is the Force. I can sense some small potential in you. I am a Jedi. I thought you might be. Again, I recommend keeping that quiet. Most of the mercenaries here I heard we should be getting another job real soon. I don't know what it will be exactly. They tend to keep me out of the loop.
That's another one for me. That's another one for me.
Say hello. Alright, back guys, I'm gonna go put these chips away and also throw away this container of dip. So I shall be back in a few minutes. power back. I'm sorry again about that, guys. I gotta get my dad cleaned up and everything. All good, man. Thank you, Venom.
I'm good to go.
Yatuka Bawan madiransha, you kamos krun. Nande misoku kuran marendin krabanozot.
What do you know about those other mercenaries, by the way?
Bram tabanin sochu. Da come jusmak miki baranye doso so. Yatuka wanrika chotin wanim aurata wa.
The energy you speak of is a force. It's a small force potential within you.
Yatuka wanrika chot.
I mean, I am a Jedi.
Kavadumpa mo wendido chokerembin.
Your thoughts are disturbed. I can feel them from a great distance, like a shiver running through you. Force-sensitive locations such as this absorb and reflect force energy. The crystals are the catalyst here. I sense that Revan once passed through here, leaving a strong impression behind in the crystals. Perhaps future Jedi who visit this cave will feel our presence, as if seeing our footprints preserved in the soil.
The crystals absorb the force, but I feel strange, but not weaker.
The crystals here do not drain force energy from Jedi. They collect the excess energy that radiates from those attuned to the force.
Okay. Oh shit.
That's another one for me.
Take a Let's get this over with.
Ready?
Let's get this over with.
Ow.
Let's see what you got.
The crystal responds to you. This is very rare indeed.
What does it mean?
The crystal's bond with you is such that the stronger you become in the Force, the more powerful your crystal will grow. This crystal will make an excellent focus for a lightsaber.
Is this the bond? Is the bond dangerous?
Quite the contrary. Picture yourself as a sieve, and the Force as water pouring into you. This crystal draws from the excess water that escapes the sieve.
So does this crystal feed off the light side of the Force?
The crystal is in tune with you. It will use whatever water that pours through you, be it dark or light.
Okay. Kill the Kinrat's matriarch. This will hamper the Kinrat's abilities to procreate, which should make the Kunda Plains much safer in the future. Tell Zeron, the militia leader, and this to receive a reward.
Yatuka.
Shit. I gotta use the bathroom really badly. I apologize. I'll be right back, guys. It'll just be a few minutes. It won't be that long. I have returned with food. A little bit of chili, and I have to go check on the oven here soon because I'm putting some garlic cheese sticks inside of it. Cook. Yum, yum, yum.
I don't suppose you found any of those atmospheric sensors?
Found 3 of them.
That's great news. My offer still stands. I'll pay you 3,000 credits for all of them.
Sounds like it's worth more to you than that.
It is worth more to us than that. I'll pay you 4,000 credits for the lot of them. You ready?
Well, not so fast. We found a little surprise inside of them.
I was afraid of that. So, how do we do this, then?
Why is there surveillance equipment in the sensors?
We were picking up off-world transmissions between the mercenaries and someone, we don't know who. We know that the mercs are up to something, we just don't know what. We set those atmospheric sensors up to gather information. Now you know why we need those sensors. I'll pay you 5,000 credits for all 3 of them. That's about all we can afford. You make money and help us out at the same time. What do you say?
That sounds 5,000 credits sound good to me.
Thanks for your help on this. Here are the credits as promised. I'll get this to Zeron when I get back to Kunda.
Alright. We've got the need to get to the Courtyard Enclave now. We got the proof for the mercenaries, but I also need to, let me turn this in, let's see, actually.
I hope that you haven't run into any difficulties you couldn't deal with. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Out of evidence that Zeron's actions are endangering Kunda.
What have you learned, Jedi? I hope that you...
Baron believes that Zeron's up to something.
I have no doubt that Barun means well, but I have every confidence in Zeron. I would ask you to ignore anything Barun asked of you. He doesn't see the full scope.
What's going on?
I realize that I'm asking you for help, but you must also know that I am the head of this nominal government. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to divulge all information to you. What?
I thought I got the evidence. What the fuck?
Any luck on getting my modulator back from Joran?
Alright, my oven's heated up enough. I'm gonna go toss in those garlic breadsticks. This will be done in about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna go take them out of the oven. Are you sure it's a salvager?
My farm is the closest to the Enclave ruins. It has to be someone nearby, and if the mercenaries wanted it, they'd just take it in broad daylight. The closest place besides that is the salvager camp, so it has to be them. You ever met one of them? Thievery wouldn't be too far a stretch for any of them.
Okay.
A lot of people here hate Jedi, but when they were here, they tried helping us. I don't blame them.
So who can I gain influence for by taking them to the Enclave? I'm gonna look up real quickly here. Dancing and Kotar too. Okay. Yeah, what up, what up? Welcome back, Venom. And my garlic cheese breads are done. This should be the last interruption. I apologize for constantly getting up, so I'm just dinner's cooking right now. you haven't left. You've just been... Oh, okay. Kicking ass on Battlefront 2? Yo, Chaos, what up, dude? Welcome back.
My life is yours.
Oh, you've been playing the BF2 campaign. Nice. Yeah, that was a pretty good campaign. I feel like it's heavily slept on, but it was pretty damn good, in my opinion, at least. Yes, here's our garlic cheesy bread that I buttered up and baked. Yo, Odysseus, what up? Welcome back. Next few days to maybe baking some pizza and some garlic bread, making the dough myself. Nice, dude. Yeah, I bake my own bread at home too. I make a loaf every couple weeks or so.
Time to even the odds.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is the campaign on the newer Battlefront 2. Yeah, I like the story's actually pretty decent, in my opinion.
I commit to sea. To battle.
More where that came from. More where that came from.
You are no match.
Time to take you down the side.
Tiny Party wants to go play Star Wars The Old Republic as well. I just need to get your old phone charging, which has your 2-factor on it. Could transfer that over to a new phone then. That way you don't have to worry about doing that after doing it the first time. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, right, of course, sorry. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I didn't think there was going to be any more interruptions, but my dad's calling me again. And Tommy, thank you very much for the likes. Okay, we're back. So you play my favorite game on which is The Matrix Path to Neo. I played that game so much as a kid. Did you enjoy that game? I can't flip and text in your chat on Twitch though, because you have it to have Twitch chat to verify only chat accounts, and I'm not doing that. Oh, good. I do that because a lot of bot accounts are like that, so it just saves me the headache of having to deal with a lot of bots. Oh. And like over 95% of accounts have verified phone numbers and whatnot on them, so you're a part of that really small majority of people who don't want to do that. And unfortunately, that's what you gotta deal with, man. But fortunately for you, I stream on 10 different websites at the same time, so you can watch me in other places if you'd like. I'm sorry about the way my dad was fiddling with the TV settings and somehow switched it to Japanese, and because it's a brand new TV we got today, I didn't know how to switch it back, so it took me a few minutes to figure that out, but it's all fixed up now. Got ourselves a Samsung 60-inch glass screen, flat screen, Ultra HD 4K smart television. Last one we had was a 50-inch, and I moved that into my bedroom. So now we have the 60-inch out in the living room. Only cost $350, so that was nice. Surprisingly, dude, TVs are getting fucking cheap nowadays. Like, the ones that are expensive now are like the QLED fucking 8K res ones and shit, which like are like $1,000 to $1,500 if you're getting anything from like a 50-inch or higher. I'm just like, fuck that, dude. I'm not paying that.
Time to take you down to size.
You are no match for us.
How's Star Wars been going for you? Not too bad. Been celebrating throughout this week, or throughout this month. We played through KOTOR 1, and now we're going through KOTOR 2. I had to take the last, like, week off, though, because I had family visiting from out of state, because they were visiting our grandparents' grave, since they weren't able to make the funeral. So they were shacking up here for a week. I did, like, 2 streams out of the week, but so that way I wasn't gone entirely. But they just went back to Washington today, so...
Time to take you down to size.
Master heal, eh? I found one dead salvager.
I shall let this one see. I shall let this one see. You are no match.
If I remember correctly, I need to leave the other two out of that room because I'm going to have to do something that's going to get myself killed. You're investigating complaints of the storage room door sticking shut following a recent mishap with a defective flaming protocol droid. My assistant Tarn will be on hand to open the door for me if I get stuck in the storage room. Protocol droids. This is the work pad of Dergar Chester, the light head technician of the Jedi Enclave. This is a personal note written here. It's been a couple weeks and no one has come for me. I can only assume the Enclave was destroyed topside and now I'm buried alive in here. I've tried using the equipment in the storage room to hack, force, weld, or blow that flaming security door open, but nothing I've tried works, and now I'm running out of food. Yeah, that's gotta suck. It's stuck down here like this and you starve to death. The journal was found near the gnawed, clean skeleton of a salvager. The last entry of it is of interest. It made it farther into the Enclave than any other salvager. I've discovered an untouched storage room. The computer in the power relay station should allow me to open the security door. Once I figure out how to sneak past the Legrets that I have made a nest here, I will leave Dantooine rich. Yeah, how's that working out for you?
More where that came from.
To battle.
More where that came from. Time to take you down to size.
Yeah, so Tika, what up, dude? Oh no.
Know where that came from.
Shit.
More where that came from.
Just got back home from the movies, saw The Mandalorian and Grogu for a second time. Nice, you like it, huh? Well, hope you had a good time. And welcome back home as we're getting through Knights of the Old Republic 2. That's good. I think you're the first person to actually say it was great. The last 5 people who came by said it was either meh or it was shit. So I was getting me a little worried about it. I haven't watched it yet, but... Dark Jedi Knight robe, oh boy. I feel like I'm probably going to think that it's like, meh. And that's, based on what I see so far on the trailers and clips and whatnot, it doesn't really look like anything too crazy to me. But hopefully I get impressed by it. You know, I hope it's going to be really good for me when I watch it.
More where that came from.
I mean, I pretty much got the gist of what it's about, you know. He takes on a job for the Republic that's going to save them from a lot of turmoil and trouble, and you have to go after Jabba the Hutt's son or whatever, and go capture him or something. Pretty much what I got from watching the trailers.
A weakness is revealed. A weakness is revealed.
But if there's a lot more to it that's more complex than that, then that's good. I think that's the problem with a lot of movies nowadays, is that the trailers fucking show you too much pretty much tell you the whole entire goddamn story before you go watch the damn movie. If you like the original trilogy, the texture of the story is very similar. That's good. I feel like Disney has been kind of making Star Wars go into disarray lately. I mean, considering this is the first main, like, AAA Star Wars movie release of a theater, or that's been released in theaters for, like, what, 7 years now? It's the last time when we had a AAA movie come out for Star Wars, for a theatrical release. And they kind of just been, like, going all over the fucking place with it. And that's why a lot of people have been losing faith in Star Wars lately, because it just has been... Let's just be real, Kathleen Kennedy has been doing a shit job and running it into the ground. Giving us mediocre or shit quality fucking storylines that people aren't really enjoying, so... I could see why they had a lot riding on this film coming out and finally coming back to theaters again to put Star Wars back on the map. Oh yeah, Rogue One was decent. I liked it. Solo was okay. The Mandalorian's like show was probably their front runner show out of all of them. Ahsoka was okay. I did like the whole thing with Balon and his whole sense of trying to reach out to finding potentially Abeloth or whatever her name is, and Book of Boba Fett, they could have done a whole lot better with that shit. They fucking dropped the ball with it. I was so disappointed. I mean, it was cool seeing him, but, like, dude, he was barely on the fucking screen for over 2/3 of the show. For a show that's supposed to be about Boba Fett, you sure didn't fucking show him that much. Skeleton Crew, man, it was more for kids, so it wasn't really, like, appealing to me. The Acolyte, great choreograph, but terrible story. But if you go back and look at it, it literally was from a woman who knew nothing about Star Wars, who wanted to bring gender politics, gender identity politics in a story of her own, brought the idea to Kathleen Kennedy and literally told her, like, I don't really care for Star Wars, I know nothing about Star Wars, but I want to really tell this story for Disney. And Kathleen was like, oh, okay, well, you can sell it with us, and as long as you just put a Star Wars sticker on it, you know, that's literally what the conversation was about, what The Acolyte was about. It was just an identity crisis, gender identity politics, bullshit agenda, political agenda show story that was trying to get sold to Disney, and they decided to tell her to go do it for Star Wars. That's all it was. And, like, dead ass, go look it up yourself. Like, that's what made the show The Acolyte. What else? Andor, I heard, was really good. I haven't watched it yet personally, but if you like old school Star Wars, especially with the political intriguement of the Star Wars, like, backlore, you'll like Andor, and so I would like to watch that eventually. Definitely appeases to older fans. But yeah, I mean, we haven't seen anything, though, for AAA movie releases since, you know, The Rise of Skywalker, and that was 7 fucking years ago already, which is crazy. The Book of Bubba's biggest issue was that Tem was old and fat, and it was always going to be tough to have him on screen a bunch of times. They really should have gone with a different guy, or held him to a higher standard with giving him a better fucking, you know, coach for getting him in shape and, you know, making sure he gets ripped up and fucking like for the role. I mean, if you think that's impossible, to look at Brendan Fraser right now. He's been fucking going ham, getting himself back to being ready for the Mummy movie and trying to return back to that old O'Connell ripped fucking body. And he's been losing a ton of fucking weight, working out a whole shitload, like a bunch right now. So that just comes down to the fucking person, you know, how willing they are for wanting to get into the role. I think he just came back for... Yeah, exactly. If you want someone to get into shape for a role, you can pay him to do it. Chris Pratt lost weight for the role. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like Brendan Fraser, he's been doing a whole body retransformation again, like trying to get back to the role for Rick O'Connell for the new Mummy movie. Obi-Wan was okay. I kind of felt like they downplayed Vader's influence in the show a little too much, especially with the whole spin-off with Leia's situation. But it's the first time we got to see Vader kill a kid since episode 3. Fucking snapped that teenager's neck like nothing when he came landing down in that little settlement to go after Obi. But I feel like Vader definitely got beat by plot armor in that show. It just, we're talking about like Obi-Wan, who's been out of touch with the Force for several years, and all of a sudden for the final moment he's finally just gonna go OP status and beat Vader once again. And it kind of goes against the whole lore of like of what Vader's phrase was from episode 4 when he felt Obi-Wan's presence on the Death Star, and he was telling Tarkin about it, like, I'm certain, you know, the last time I've met him, you know, or when he sees Obi-Wan, he's like, the last time we met, I was but the learner, now I am the master, implying that he was still his student. So having this showdown again before their episode 4 clash, I felt like it kind of just defeated the whole fucking purpose of that scene, because they wanted to do fan service for the audience by making the Obi-Wan show. So, I don't know. I think it would have been cooler to see Obi-Wan take out some Inquisitors and then avoid Vader's grasp one last time before they would meet again on episode 4, but the third sister side plot was forced. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, I feel like they kind of downplayed certain roles a little too much. I heard Shadow Lord was doing pretty good. And also Bad Batch was good. That was a good wrap-up. When they came back and finished up the last of the Clone Wars, that was really good. But let's be honest here. I think something we all can agree on. Kathleen Kennedy was ruining Star Wars. 110%. Even in certain discussions behind the scenes, like Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau were saying, like, they kept getting overridden by her. A ton of their ideas were shot down by her because it wasn't fitting the political agenda statements that Disney wanted to make with their films to appease to the LGBTQ community as well as the left. And the counter argument was like, oh, well, there's always been political points and topics brought into Star Wars. Yes, that is true. But here's the difference of what they're trying to do with it now versus what it was back then. George Lucas definitely brought in political points from certain points of history to influence the story of Star Wars. The whole, World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, so on and so forth. But he brought elements of those points of history and reconfigured it into a Star Wars type of way. What Kathleen was trying to do with Star Wars now was take political issues that were happening in today, the entire dialogue of what was happening with certain scenarios and events in today's world, and just literally copying and paste it over into Star Wars and then slapping a Star Wars sticker on it to appease to a certain audience, which was not the majority of the audience. People want to watch their stories. People want to watch their entertainment to escape from IRL reality. We don't want to be reminded of the grim bullshit, politics, issues, stresses of real life that we're seeing in today's everyday life in a one-to-one adaptation in whatever atmosphere that you're bringing it in for our sources of entertainment. It becomes too relatable, and we don't end up getting entertained by it. And that's exactly what's been happening with Star Wars. Kathleen has been trying to appease to a certain type of political agenda, and it was ruining the overall quality of Star Wars. So I'm glad that Disney finally got rid of her, and they gave it to Jon Favreau. No, sorry, Dave Filoni. Because he actually worked directly under George Lucas back when Lucas was still involved and owned Star Wars. So if there's anybody that's qualified to know what Lucas wanted to continue his vision and dream, Filoni's probably the best guy. It's probably the next best guy in line. And now that he's ahead of Star Wars, directly under Disney, I'm hoping that we're gonna now start seeing some original quality of story content and a little bit more seriousness of story lore brought back to Star Wars again without derailing it too hard. At least I hope, because he still has to make sure that Disney's pleased. But I think with the whole shift in the political spectrum and what a lot of these minority group and subculture groups are trying to force their way into a lot of entertainment medias have been doing lately, now starting to shift back to not appeal to them as the majority audience anymore, I think we're going to finally start seeing a little bit more quality return to our stories again. And, and to the IPs that we've been wanting to enjoy. Hopefully. Darth Vitiat, thank you very much. Welcome back. The light crystal is bound to meet your surrogate's power reflects that of its master. The crystal glows very faintly. What was the bonus from this? From your personal crystal being put into the lightsaber. Does anybody remember? Like what actual stat bonuses it's supposed to give you, or is it just strictly for roleplay reasons? That's a cool color.
My life is yours.
Ooh.
Where that came from? Where that came from? from? Time to get you down to size.
You found the will on the salvager. This will states that all of its possessions are to be left to the other dead salvagers you found. Durala will no doubt be interested in getting her hands on the salvagers' bodies in the will. Don't change the will. Datapad is the will of the dead salvagers, badly misspelled, and indicates that if he dies, his possession should go to the other salvagers that ventured into the sublevels with him. Yo, Darth Chode. I love the name. I love the first game. Still need to complete this one. Oh. Don't sleep on it. It's definitely worth being played, but I would definitely recommend getting the content restoration modded so that way it fixes up a lot of the bugs and issues and restores as much content to the game as possible that they originally were intending to release with it.
Is someone out there? Anybody? Help! Lagrix are everywhere! Help me! I'm trapped in here!
Are you Joran?
Yes I am. I locked the door in here. I thought I was gonna be Lagrek compost. Did you take care of him, stranger?
I mean, Lagreks in this area are dead.
You must be fierce with a blaster, then. Give me a moment. I sort of jammed the door a bit. Just don't leave.
Thanks for saving me. I thought those Lagreks had me for sure.
What are you doing down here?
It's all Tapale's fault. She said the entryway to the sublevel was safe enough. This area has hardly been explored. We barely got in here. And then everybody started going left and right, grabbing anything they could. It was every man for himself, and nobody was watching for Lagreks. Then before you know it, we were under attack by those beasts. So salvagers were running every which way, and they left me to die.
Yeah, that's especially if you're trying to play it on newer systems, it can definitely crash a lot. Thank you for the follow as well. But if you get the content restoration mod put on, it'll fix a lot of those bug issues and also give you, modern resolution and FPS patches and etc. to make it work better. I mean, what are you doing down here if it's so dangerous?
All the easy pickings have been picked. Now everything that's worth more than a glass of Chuma juice is long gone. So this level is about the only place that's left. And as you might have noticed, it's very dangerous down here. Almost nobody's managed to get anything from down here. Not that it matters.
Almost nobody? Who's the almost?
There was a group that managed to get in and got one of the biggest hauls ever. Tapele said we could do that too, but they were a damn sight more organized than we were. And they've caused more problems dead than they ever did alive.
So how did they die?
They were the first to really get anything from this damn level. They were so confident they went right back in. A bunch of us salvagers.
I don't have a toke right now, I'm not gonna lie.
2 of the 4 came back, and 1 died right away from his wounds. The other man was gonna be rich, but then he picked a fight with Garavik. It wasn't much of a fight, and there was no one left. And that's the whole problem.
How can dead people cause problems?
Well, since every last one of them is dead, their find is sitting in the militia's headquarters. That's one of the biggest claims ever, and they won't give it to nobody. So people keep saying that they were owed by the dead salvagers, or that they're related. But Zeron isn't an idiot. The only thing he's gonna believe is a will. And after some try to pass less than authentic ones off on him, now he'll only take a will and their personal effects.
Durala had me looking for their bodies to lay them to rest.
She was playing you for a fool. No doubt she'd like to find those bodies. That, plus a conveniently worded will, and she'd make a pile of credits.
I mean, her deceit won't gain her anything.
Probably not since you know the truth. Unless you're willing to make a fake will, though, the truth won't help. You look like the type of moron that'll just turn it into Zeron. That may be the right thing to do, but it don't make it the smart thing.
I mean, did you find anything else down here?
No, I didn't get anything. Now I'd just like to leave.
Just saved your life. I figure that's worth some honesty.
I guess you're right. I grabbed a couple of things in the room we were in. I didn't want to tell you because you might make a claim for it. I need the credits.
I mean, I could pay you for what you found.
No, I hadn't thought of that. We could arrange something like that. That would work. I managed to grab 3 things. One's some sort of crystal, and the other looks like parts. For a lightsaber, maybe, I don't know. If you give me 1,300 credits, you can have it all. That'll be enough for me to get off this rock. No returns on this. You're stuck with what you buy.
Can I see what it is first?
Oh, it doesn't work that way. Maybe it's worth a lot more than 1,300 credits and you make off real good. Maybe it's a lot less and I make off real good. You can buy it from me here or at the salvager camp. I'll hold on to it for you. I owe you that much at least.
Yeah, fuck it. Here's 1,300 credits then.
A pleasure doing business with you. Now I can finally get passage back home. I hope that junk is worth it to you, I really do. I'm going to the salvager camp. It'll take some time to get things in order.
Oh, shit. Let's toke, everybody. Have a little smoky smoke.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
And Chaos, also, I want to, in regards to what you said right there, that make the Force female Y, leave it gender neutral. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I don't mind if you give me a strong female lead, but make it make sense on how they become a strong female lead. And there are plenty of examples of strong female leads out there. Look at Sigourney Weaver from Aliens. Look at Carrie Fisher. Look at, you know, playing as Princess Leia. Look at Ahsoka. Look at, you know, Trinity. Look at fucking so on and so forth. Like, there's are plenty of examples of badass female lead characters that have earned their place and their respect. Oh, that's the Catholic Kenneth shirt saying it. That, yeah, exactly my point on like why she should be fucking gone. There are plenty of examples. As I was saying though, there are plenty of, like, for anybody who thinks like, oh, females don't belong in a lead role. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm quite the opposite. I think they deserve the respect and attention that they rightfully earn in their position, but make it make sense. Don't be bringing in a situation where it's Daisy Ridley or whatever the fuck her name is, where she gets to skip the entire hero's journey and become an ultimate OP fucking badass Jedi master overnight in a flip of a switch. It doesn't make any sense. And before anybody comes in, well, she's the granddaughter of Palpatine. No. Okay, no. Anakin was very attuned to the Force and had a natural, very high midichlorian count. He wasn't godlike in one fucking movie, okay? After one movie. He wasn't. He had to get his fucking arm chopped off. He had to get his ass kicked a couple times. And then he finally came around to being the ultimate badass fucking Jedi Master and then eventually becoming the ultimate badass Sith Lord that we all love and adore. But when you come in and you show us as somebody that starts off as a nobody skip the entire hero's journey in order to become the ultimate fucking OP badass that they are, it completely ruins the immersion of the film. It completely ruins the whole authenticity of their character arc. And then it ruins it. And then you can't take it seriously at that point because it's a joke. It's literally just a fucking joke. Cheers, everyone. So yeah, I roll my eyes at it. I didn't mind that Flynn held his own against Kylo for a bit too. I figured force sensitive, plus in the military he is used to melee weapons. Yes and no. I expected more from Ben, considering that he has a direct tie to the Skywalker bloodline, meaning he has a natural affinity of high midichlorian count with the Force, and that he learned under the great Grand Master Luke Skywalker himself of understanding how to fight properly, and not to mention enhancing and expanding his knowledge of how to fight under Snoke. To then allow somebody like Flynn to come along and challenge him as easily as he did, that's where I consider that more of an insult on Kylo more than Flynn. But as besides all that, the actor Boyega or whatever his name is, who played Flynn, I mean, even he has openly admitted that Disney did him dirty, dude. They brought him in for cultural representation. Dead ass. They brought him in just so that way they'd have a black guy on the cast. And they misled him because they hired him with him being under the impression that he was going to have a much deeper rooted character arc than he was given. That's what they told him when they hired him. And that's why he went into it. Because there was going to be a whole separate story arc for him where he was going to become a stormtrooper who becomes a Jedi. Like, dude, that's mind-blowing. Like, but then they just decided to cut the story entirely because they wanted to focus more on female empowerment rather than ethnic representation. But they still wanted to meet the goal on appeasing towards the black audience, so they kept him around. But instead, they just turned him into a fucking joke of a character who was simping after fucking Rey the entire film, the entire trilogy arc. All he was doing was just trying to fucking simp after Rey. I'm sorry, but that's just the harsh truth. So then he becomes a nuisance to the overall story progression. And with him in combination to, what's his name, that was played by Poe or whatever. He ends up getting downplayed so hard. And so he decides to call Disney out on their bullshit. He's like, you guys are pretty much racist for fucking doing this. And I know the whole racist card gets pulled out a lot, which a lot of times I just ignore it because I think that you're overly abusing it. But in his case, no, Disney was being a bunch of fucking racist cunts. They hired him simply because he was black and they wanted somebody black on the set. Just so it would appeal to the black audience and they can increase their numbers in consumer, like in their consumer audience. That's racist. I'm sorry, but that's borderline fucking racist right there. And they didn't tell him that up front either. Oh, the guy that John Boyega or whatever that they hired to play Finn in the Rise of Skywalker trilogy with Star Wars. So he tried to call Disney out for it, and instead of like compensating him and making up for it, they decided to just completely cut all ties with him because they couldn't challenge him on trying to counter combat his protesting against Disney, or else they would be looked at and frowned upon like, oh, you're trying to tear down a black man. But instead, they just like silently cut him out of everything and let him go. And so any future potential projects with Star Wars that they may have wanted to come back to, if they were going to bring Daisy Ridley back to play as Rey, now he's not going to be a part of it because he spoke out against Disney, even though he had every right to do so, because they hired him to try and like appease towards a racial group, Well, yeah, that's what we were talking about, Beefy. It's like the fact that they initially hired him, telling him that he was going to have a much more predominant role in the storyline than he was given. Like, he was literally told that he was going to become a stormtrooper that goes Jedi. And then they completely scrap it because they wanted to focus more on female empowerment. So they kept him around simply for the sake of, like, having black representation in the cast. But then they downplayed all of his scripts and made him like the cheesy one-punch liner character with Poe, and make him simp after fucking Rey the entire trilogy. That's it. So when it was all said and done, he literally said to Disney, like, you guys are fucking racist for doing this to me. Like, you only hired me because you wanted to have black representation in your cast, but you gave me no serious weight whatsoever of a character arc. When originally you were going to tell me that I was, or when originally you told me that I was.
Where that came from? Let's settle this.
Fuck is this?
My Legrex, you've killed me. They're my pets. I'm not a thief. People give to the Jedi in exchange for service. They were just giving. You're one of them.
I'm not seeing any fucking...
And
I don't even know what I chose because it wasn't showing me any of the dialogue. I think that's part of the restoration content mod. It must have bugged out. Great, I got dark side points when I wasn't trying to. Lack of representation, my dick. Give us Mace Windu back. Yeah? But this is the thing. Mace Windu didn't have to act black in order to make his character good and appeal towards black audience. And that's why I say that is how you do it. Like, give us good merit. Give us good acting. Give us a good character. Not because based off of the fucking color of your skin or how you're expecting to act based on the color of your skin.
Braved the perils of the sublevel, yes. Many stories and artifacts in your possession. This is fortuitous for myself and associates. For now, not only do I get rich salvage, but an even richer bounty. Do not be making this difficult. Your death can be quite painless.
I don't suppose you'd like to negotiate a peaceful resolution to this situation.
Negotiations are not possible. A deal has been made with anxious people. People you do not cross. And now, Jedi, we shall fight.
True, dude. There is a whole story arc about him from which world he came from. Mm-hmm. I'm using your spot on Factory Man. This spot is OP. It is. If you use it correctly, you know, you can pretty much keep about 70% of the factory under your control.
My life.
Jaren says you saved him down there. Next time you should ask for a reward.
I feel much better now, thanks to you. I really hope the Jedi salvage you bought was worth it. I meant what I said about no returns, though. I need the money to go home. But it's nice to see you again, regardless.
Yeah, I've seen that video, Chaos. Honestly, the dude makes some pretty valid points on like the proper order of how the title should be. You know anything about a thief?
All of us salvagers know about that. I'd ask Derala, though. She's talked with the militia the most about it. If you ask me, the thief isn't human. One of those smart Lagreks.
What? Who is that? You go down into the sub...
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you about the dead salvagers.
It's a shame about them. Have any luck getting to their bodies? I figure there's about no chance you'll succeed, but the reward is still open.
I mean, Joran told me the real reason why you're looking for them.
I should flay him alive for helping an outsider. I figured it was worth a try. Those salvages are worth more
Chuck,
dead than they ever were alive.
No, not during this month. We're doing Star Wars Celebration Month for the month of May, so only doing Star Wars games. But we'll return back to Tarkov in June for Tarkov Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if you don't care about Star Wars, then come back in June. So your compassion is touching. I don't plan on helping you deceive Zeron. When are you going to be running Force Unleashed? If I can get to it, maybe sometime within a week from now or so. But unfortunately, I had family come visit from out of state, so it pretty much took like an entire week out of the month for us. And well, we probably would have already been moving on to something else by now. We got the rest. We did KOTOR 1. We got the rest of KOTOR 2. I would like to get into trying out Star Wars Outlaws, which is the newest Star Wars RPG that came out, and see how that's like. I got the Ultimate Complete Edition of it. That was like $150 value on sale for like $27. So maybe trying out that one next. Bro, I got family in too. They're leaving tomorrow. I'm finally gonna be able to play the game. Well, I hope you get gas and have fun, man. Should flame line for something else. I figured it was worth a try. Those salvagers are worth more dead than they were ever alive. I don't plan on helping you deceive Zeron.
You're not seriously thinking of turning the bodies into Zeron. Then no one would get the salvage. At least if you give it to me, you can make some credits.
You found the thief. She's a former Padawan from the Jedi Enclave. You convinced her to stop the thefts. Nice. I heard it's a pretty good game if you look at it as if like it's a Han Solo type of game. Yeah, that seems to be the main complaint about. Minus if you didn't play it when it first released and there was all the fucking bugs and glitches and issues, but I feel like from what I've been reading, the biggest complaints about Outlaws is that there's no signs of any like force sensitive beings, lightsabers, or any of the sorts in that game. You really are just playing the normal extended lore and universe of Star Wars, going like by experiencing the underbelly of the galaxy, being a smuggler and dealing with the crime syndicate people and like the different gangs and all that stuff, and the different crime factions, so on and so forth. And so to a considerable amount of people, they didn't enjoy it because of that, but I don't mind that personally. Star Wars, although lightsabers and Jedi and Sith are a predominant front runner for representing Star Wars, they don't represent all of Star Wars. There's a lot of more to it besides just that, and I'm glad to see a game like Outlaws being made and coming out the way it did. I look forward to trying it out myself and seeing how it is. Yeah, exactly, Beefy. You're playing during the time of the Galactic Empire, so most of the Jedi have been hunted down and destroyed. You rarely will ever see an Inquisitor outside of the means of hunting down a Jedi or a Force-sensitive being. And so because you're not going to be around any of that, you're not going to see it. So that's what I mean. Like, you're in a position to where you're not really getting involved with anything like that, therefore seeing anything like that in a game like Star Wars Outlaws.
Who is you? Sue. What?
I mean,
I look after myself. What? I hope the Legrex make... What? You've proven very helpful.
Bro, your girl just called. She said you had a bird in her house. She had a bird in her house. Get a broomstick, whack it out. Get the fuck out of here. Even if it's not the Empire's time, it's still to see a Force sensitive is a big fucking deal. Yeah, if you didn't live among the core worlds of the galaxy, yeah, it would be rare to see a Jedi.
What? Who is?
Force users are super rare. Force sensitive is a bit more common. I think most of us, we have a feeling in our gut and things that can be viewed as Force sensitive. How people think Han Solo is because of how lucky he is. Oh yeah, well the Force turns to everything. Every living being, every living like organism in the galaxy has midichlorians in it. It's the one fundamental element within all living things that connects us to the Force. So everyone technically by default is connected to the Force. It's just some of us are suppressed to it because we don't tune into those inner feelings, where others maybe use it in a more mundane type of way, like how you're describing, like Han Solo, for instance, or for those who don't know how to unlock their mind's potential and truly tap into the power of the Force to then manipulate it and bend it to their will, and using it for good or evil, you know? Yeah, I was listening to you and I got a random FaceTime and it was a bird flying against your window. He's just a little hungry. Give me some for that fucking food.
Any luck on get...
Conversation error. Last conversation node contains either an end node or a continue node. Please contact a designer. Oh joy, the mod didn't fucking fix the damn thing like it was supposed to. Yeah, Choke, you can go to my TikTok page and copy and paste that Linktree link onto a web browser, and you'll see the Discord icon in there on the top, or go over to my Twitch chat and I can just like have it, and you can find like my Discord button on there.
Hello there. You haven't had any new troubles, I hope.
It could be like, you can see it in my Twitch chat. I might cause some trouble in my
I'm not the one to talk. We should probably...
It's you again. You want...
clear out the Kinrath cave.
So you did. Here's the credits I told you about. Even with the caves clear, that was very helpful of you. You've saved some lives today. You want something?
What's Garvik's connection to the militia?
Some of the salvagers went deep into the ruins and found a lot of Jedi relics. It's the most valuable haul the salvagers ever got. But all the salvagers that went down there are dead. So it seems every day or so some salvager comes claiming they're owed by such and such, or that they're related. The whole thing makes me sick. Garvik says he won the whole claim in a Pazak game with the last survivor, right before he killed him. But that was a fair fight. There were witnesses. But nobody remembers Garvik ever playing Pazak. You want something?
Oh, give me 1 second here.
It's you. It's you. He did he?
He's concerned that you might provoke the mercenaries.
I know we don't agree on this, but he's crossing a line. He lives in his sheltered settler world. He doesn't know what some people are capable of. So he's asked you to go looking into what I'm up to. If I didn't need every last man here.
I mean, what are you up to?
Not you. You've helped us. It's you. We've already talked about that. You want...
See, I need to, like...
It's you again. You...
I broke the mercenaries. I think he's wrong, and I think I can help you.
I appreciate. There's a mercenary captain near what's left of the Jedi Enclave's courtyard. His name is Dopak. Just tell him that I said, go ahead. That's all. You have questions, but it's like this conversation. We can...
Hello there.
I have evidence that Zeron's actions are endangering Kunda.
I'm not the one. We should...
It's this whole go-ahead notion, though.
I hope that you haven't run into any... Is there anything...
Dan told me to give a message that's saying go ahead to Dopak of the mercenary camp.
Forgive me if I seem to doubt your word, but I won't impugn Zeron.
Okay, so let's follow up with the plan then. And see what the whole go-ahead notion's about. He's at the mercenary camp, so let's go pass along the message. That's why I like Starkiller, how the actor had him doing things faking to be a Jedi.
I don't suppose you're here to hire us. It's been a long time.
You know anything about a thief?
I know about the thief. The amount of noise the settlers have made over that thief, you'd think he stole their whole planet. Before you ask, I have no idea who the thief is. It's not one of us. If we wanted something that bad, we'd just take it.
I heard you've been making trouble for the settlers.
What if we do? They're practically begging to...
Who's your leader?
A Sentient by the name of Azkul. He was an elite trooper for Malak during the Jedi Civil War. He...
What do you think about the administrator?
She's got spirit, but she seems to focus most of her effort on trying to get us off this planet. Terena has to learn that we aren't moving.
I don't know if someone's strong enough in the Force on either side to move planets to our knowledge. No, but there's definitely one who was strong enough to suck the life out of an entire planet, and that was Nihilus. Why choose the Antoine as your base?
We have to live somewhere. Something those settlers don't seem to understand. That flaming administrator and her cath hound Zeron can't keep their noses out of our business. There's a natural order to things that they just don't seem to get. They'll learn.
Okay.
Can I help you? It's no...
I don't
I have a message for you from Zeron.
What does the militia have to say to us? Any of our men get into trouble?
Message is just for you. I mean, do you know what this is about? Zeron wouldn't tell me.
If he didn't tell you, I won't either.
Then go ahead.
I think that Zeron is 3 cards short of a Pazak deck. You can tell him you've delivered your message. Thanks. I don't suppose...
Dun, 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 dun.
Thanks for helping out the militia.
Hey, get away from that door. The last time somebody...
Sorry. My bad.
A lot of people here hate Jedi. But when they were here, they tried helping us. I don't blame them.
Hello there. I...
It's you again. You.
I gave Dopak your message.
I don't have anything to say. We can talk.
Did I not investigate the entirety of the Enclave or something? I don't know how far back I just went. Okay, I explored the whole entire thing. I was gonna be a little pissed if I went back too far and like just fucked myself over from having to do this all over again. What am I supposed to find here that... Today was fun. You ended up redoing your seasoning for your cast iron, then finished off the last of the store pretzels I got. I'm more wanted them thinking... I got more... Or I more wanted them thinking they had the beer cheese flavor. I wanted them more thinking that they had the beer cheese flavor. I don't really eat like dried pretzels that much. I'll have like fresh pretzels with some cheese, but don't really care for like pretzel chips or whatever. About to get ready to get my dad into bed here. It's starting to get late for him. It's midnight now. We getting into them gooning hours, you know what I mean? Squire Cuck, what's up, dude? Event said, yeah, we have the restored content mod on. Boom. I guess that's everything here then.
Honor is mine.
Wah, 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 wah. I guess we got everything here. I thought there was more to the Enclave than there was. Oh, the Jedi Archives, that's right. I never went in there yet. There we go. Yeah, where the bottle cap's at. Who are you?
I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic. Although I'm certain my contemporaries would judge me more a historian than scientist.
What are you doing here?
Like you, I was looking for some trace of the Jedi. I had heard mention that one of the Jedi Masters had gone there, but I found no trace of them.
You know what happened to the Jedi?
No. It is something of a mystery why they would exile themselves as they have. It is not the way of the Jedi to vanish in such a way, especially when the Republic is in need of them. I fear that there is something else at work, something that we cannot see. Then again, perhaps the Jedi are hiding simply because so many people hate them these days.
Why do you think people hate the Jedi?
It is difficult sometimes for the Jedi to see such things, since much of it is rooted in human nature, and the Jedi are often removed from events of daily life, insulated. But the reason the Jedi Civil War was named such was because few in the galaxy can recognize the difference between the Sith and the Jedi. To them, they are both Jedi, with different philosophies.
But Jedi have protected the galaxy for centuries and they seek peace, often through sacrifice.
Not always. Jedi often fall. They cause much harm on Onderon, for example, in the name of peace and protection. Oleg Kaldroma and Exar Kun, the two Dark Lords during the Sith War many decades ago, were once Jedi Knights, as were Revan and Malak. It is perhaps more amazing that some still trust Jedi after many have fallen and endangered the galaxy. It is also proof that a single Force wielder can change the face of the galaxy. And that is a frightening thing indeed.
So do you hate the Jedi?
Hate? No. I do not hate them. They only raise questions without answers. Jedi are not supposed to be like the rest of us. They are supposed to see a higher purpose in all things. And they are supposed to train students responsibly and well, so mistakes of the past are not repeated. Yet all I saw was ignorance and arrogance, and what those seeds created in the Republic. It is difficult to follow the Jedi Code when so few others have. But you know this.
What do you mean?
Many Jedi defy the Order during the Mandalorian Wars, and it paved the way for the Jedi Civil War.
So do you blame the Jedi who turned or the Council?
There is no blame. All must accept. But, at its core, one must wonder if it was the failure of the Jedi teachings or the teachers themselves. Many of the Jedi Council trained Exar Kun, Ulik, Revan, and Malak. How could they not see the danger they posed? And if they could not, perhaps there was some essential part of their teachings that was flawed. Something beyond the Jedi Code that they were missing.
I mean, do you know who trained Revan?
Revan had many masters. Zar, Dorak, Master K before K left for the wars. Towards the end of his training, he sought out many to learn techniques. It is said that he returned to his first master at the end of his training in order to learn how he might best leave the Order.
Well, Revan and Malak would have received the same training as I did.
I am not certain you understand what happened with Revan. Do you wish me to explain?
Sure.
Revan was captured in the middle of the Jedi Civil War, due in no small part to his apprentice Malak, who turned on him. Revan was brought before the Jedi Council and put on trial. You must understand that the situation was desperate, and the Jedi needed to know how Revan had amassed the forces arrayed against them. As I understand it, they were able to convince Revan to have a change of heart. Revan helped the Republic defeat Malak. Perhaps in his conversation with the Jedi Masters, they were able to convince him of the rightness of their actions. What else?
You look familiar to me.
I imagine in your travels of the galaxy you've seen many people. Faces tend to blur together after a time. What else would you like to know?
Why do you work for the Republic?
I'm trying to save the Republic. Dantooine and the Jedi Order are instrumental to that effort. Despite the troubles of the Jedi Civil War, there are those among the Republic who still favor the Jedi and wish them to return. And there are admirals within the fleet who recognize that the Jedi must be found if the Republic is to hold together. Yet as long as Onderon remains within the Republic, and the efforts on Telos succeed, that is all that matters.
Why Telos and Onderon?
The Republic is fragile right now. Telos is important because its success will determine whether or not the other dead worlds receive the same reconstruction efforts. If Telos is rebuilt and made habitable again, it will affect a string of worlds along the rim.
And Onderon?
Onderon, strangely enough, was unaffected by the Jedi Civil War. It's almost as if Revan didn't want to attack it. Its resources and position on the rim make it a vital supply line and guard post against outer rim attacks. Also, it's the only world in the Republic still capable of seeding ecosystems into other dead worlds. Onderon's wildlife is some of the most aggressive in the known galaxy. Merely placing some of those beasts on target worlds will guarantee their habitation for years to come.
Why are the Jedi Order important?
The Jedi are a symbol. As much damage as their reputation took during the Sith War and the Jedi Civil War, there are still many who they serve as an example. Plus, there have been times in the past where a single Jedi has been enough to change the face of a world, or a galaxy. I suppose I still believe that might be possible. Despite the betrayal of many of the Jedi against the Republic, I must concede that as figureheads, they do serve a vital role. Before you go, I had a question for you. You came to Dantooine in search of Jedi. Why?
To get some answers.
What answers do you seek? It has been my experience that Jedi rarely answer such questions, or instead indulge in half-truths.
I'm looking for clues that will lead me to the Sith.
If the Sith are rising in the galaxy again, then it is strange the Jedi would not be there to meet them, and that we have not seen more evidence of the Sith.
Trust me, they're out there. They've been hounding me since Paragus.
No, I believe you. I merely find such subtleties among the Sith to be strange. They have been known to practice deception, but in the histories, since the time of the Dark Lords Khoon and Keldroma, and Revan and Malak, such subtleties have been rare. In any case, it seems to me like our goals are compatible. If you would have me, I can apply my knowledge and skills to helping you find the answers you seek.
Look, we're already full up. We don't need anyone else. We travel light.
We need all the help we can get, and he seems capable.
Something you need of me?
I hear you.
3 dead mercenaries lay here, accompanied by signs of combat. Each of the mercenaries bear evidence that they were killed by a lightsaber. Oh. Data pack contains orders from Axel, the leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine. Vrook has wandered into the Enclave alone. You will take a full squad and capture the Jedi alive. Bring him back to our nook in the Kinrath Caves to wait transport to Nar Shaddaa. He will fetch a fine bounty. Alright guys, I'm going to save it here real quick. I gotta go AFK to get my dad into bed, so we'll be back momentarily to continue on with more of the story. So I'll see you guys soon. We'll have a little toke session. We'll have a little toke session when we get back and listen to a couple songs too. Alright, we're back. Yo, 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 yo. Shit! Yeah, Squire, what up? We're back, everybody. I'm waiting for my dad to finish up with the bathroom, and then I'm gonna have to help carry him into bed. We'll just chill and have it smoke until then for the next 15 minutes or so. Give him his time to go, and should be done by then. And Kakako, what's up, dude? Good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the stream. Cheers, everyone. What's everybody doing right now?
Yo, what's good, Tech? How you doing, buddy? What up, brother? How's the girls, the raid? Dude, raid's so fucking crazy. We just completed the guide. Just also completed the territory task.
Days went by with nothing but change. Then I met you, you helped me believe. Can't shut my mouth, can't help but scream. Finally, someone who fucking gets
Got
me.
that completed. Honestly, dude, so like we're not too far from capital again for the billionth time. But obviously we're prestige 6 already, and there's no prestige 7 or 8, so we're just making sure we have everything ready. That completed. Then do the story mode stuff, have that completed, and then from there, it's like that South Park episode is like, what do we do now? What do you mean? Play the game? Or just get to play the game? Let's close to that. Alright, hold on, give me a second. Let's do it though, hold on, give me a second. Give me one momento. Just want to quickly get what I need to do real quick to the next map.
I'm breaking blades on my toe.
Focus on Psycho or Insomnia. What's the time for Psycho? Insomnia? Why do I keep saying Insomnia? Psycho.
Worst temporary, that is temporary. Roses on your casket, really symptomatic. TK automatic, erosion systematic. Earth living fading, don't want to say that, silhouettes fading. Heartbreak aching, tell myself she's in a better place. Pretend she's better off, but there's no space. They say it's normal, just part of life. But underneath, I still ask myself why. Stop fucking saying it was meant to be. Your lies are burning my sanity. They talk in death like it's moral or right, but I can't see any sign. Stop fucking saying
Time.
Oxydium. Apathy preceding me.
I'm good, ma.
Oh shit, hang on. Need to pack up my bowl here. Alright, brother. I'm almost done packing mine. I got butt in it. Now I'm about to put oil on top.
Saved out.
This is Vormentis' newest song. I haven't listened to this yet.
Alright, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sure. Okay. Alright, we're ready for this interchange. Now, okay, let's listen to the song. Let's get this Toke Sesh going, Tech. Actually, fuck that one too. This is okay. So the third one, got it. Let's go. Well, actually, yeah, we'll play it like this. Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers.
It's that silent moment, heads down staring at the ground. Every breath's a hollow sound. Your chest heaves, but you won't move, because the second you do, the pressure's removed. The image floods back like a picture you've drawn. Then the words come out like they don't belong. Regret sinking in, it's been there all along. That last sliver of hope faded, it's gone. I don't wanna stay, but I don't wanna go. I feel
Yo, what's good, Rich Crap? This that shit really is Smurf 24 is banging, I swear. Honestly, this shit's so fucked. So happy M-Day weekend, bro. Hell yeah. Wait, happy M-Day weekend? Oh, yeah, Memorial. Yeah, Memorial. I'm Zeter, bro. Sorry. I'm like, abbreviation. Yo, happy Memorial fucking Day weekend, bro. To get this, to make this one a banger, bro. Cheers. Double cheers. Okay. Okay.
Like acid in my brain, like a hand to the flame. I banish myself till the shadows remain. No light at the end. The
song
tunnels collapse. I can't get it back. I don't wanna stay, but I don't wanna go.
Oh my god, bro. Why did he? Oh my god, I meant to like. There you go, boom, best song. Why did it got added to my library? Oh shit, my bad. Oh well. I just, why did I? Oh, there it is. There you go, boom. Let's go all the way down. We can replay that, John. Hey. Okay. Encore. Song came out 2 days ago, I believe. Damn, I appreciate you putting me on. I like this. I actually like this flow. This one. This one's like I fucked it hard. It has like that I don't even know how to explain it. It's sonically just good. not saying the other ones weren't, but like not for me, you know. They were good, but like not for me. See, like I like the switch of tempos, the flows, and like just that
They ask where I'm at, they ask where I've been. When I reply, I don't know where to begin. I like to blame you, but I know better. And for as long as I can remember, can't sleep ever. Lost friends and trust, lost even self-love. Pretend I don't give a fuck, but I keep messing up.
Throw on our T7s. See how dark it is actually before we throw in the T7s. The artist is starting to make his sound more refined and getting better at his beats.
When I lay to rest, my body protests.
I'm looking forward to see how the rest of the album goes. Releasing it one song at a time. Oh, okay. Basically, once each song is completed in his eyes, that's actually fire.
Eyes blush out, this or a fixation. Screen inhalation.
I don't want to stay, but I don't want to go, bro.
Tarantino Cheetos onto this song. It's a good song.
Crazy.
No, that was a good song though. I'm gonna listen to it one more time because it was. He's releasing it one song at a time, apparently. Like the beat on this is really fucking good, and even the lyrics, like they're pretty decent.
It's that silent moment, heads down staring at the ground. Every breath's a hollow sound. Your chest heaves, but you won't move because the second you do, the pressure's removed. The image floods back like a picture you've drawn. Then the words come out like they don't belong. Regret sinking in, it's been there all along. That last sliver of hope faded, it's gone. Pretending being different is fine, but when I draw the line, I can't quiet my mind. They say find your tribe, it seems simple for them, but with every attempt, I fall back again. I don't wanna stay.
Knights of the Old Republic for the story. For this particular playthrough, yeah, we're doing a canon playthrough of what the lore and the majority of the community believes to be like the canon way to play it, you know, KOTOR 1 and 2. Before the last couple dozen times I've played it, 1 and 2, I've just done the typical, like, go to light side, let's do dark side, let's go light side, let's go dark side, and go back and forth. Did a couple of neutral playthroughs, too. But this time around, I finally was like, let's do the canon playthrough. Like, what's considered as, like, the official story, you know, and make those choices and play it out. So, that's what we've been doing. Been interesting so far. It's predominantly light side, but there are a couple moments where you have to make certain decisions that I guess are what considered as the canon, like the lore choices for certain events in the game. Sometimes they're actually considered dark side choices, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like we're maxing out as a light side playthrough. I was for the longest time, but mainly up until when Disney bought it. And then I kind of kept with it for a little while longer, and then I started to fall out from it when it started going through its rough period with Disney, like, just completely tearing apart the expanded universe and cherry picking a bunch of bullshit to come up with some new stuff. And I used to be very, very passionate about Star Wars growing up. I was a big Star Wars nerd when it came down to the original trilogy and prequel trilogy. I've read up so much shit on Wikipedia, dude. It's not even funny. I used to play a lot of Star Wars Galaxies growing up, so I would have to, especially to learn about Star Wars history and tons of character back lore, expanded universe character back lore, so on and so forth. And, yeah. When Disney bought it, though, I just kind of, like, I tried giving it a chance. It wasn't really hitting it for me anymore, though. But I will also admit to the reasons why is that sometimes we just outgrow our hobbies. Sometimes we end up not having as strong of an interest in it as we used to. And a little part of me was due to that. But the majority of it was still because Disney was just fucking dropping the ball with Star Wars and creating absolute garbage. And, like, the Skywalker trilogy was just... yeah. I think the majority of everyone agrees that it was a fucking flop for the Skywalker trilogy. So... but Rogue One was decent, although I wasn't really pleased that they completely cut out my boy Kyle Katarn, who was the original guy who stole the fucking Death Star plans to turn it into the Rebels. They didn't even give him a fucking spot on the Rogue One team. I was just like, bro, you guys completely cut out my boy Kyle. Damn. That sucks. But it was a good film. I enjoyed it for what it was, for being a bridging film between, you know, episodes 3 and 4. And... or it's like a prequel, not necessarily a bridging movie, but like a prefix that leads into episode 4 and covers up that one little plot hole of bad plot armor, you know, for the Death Star's ultimate demise. Solo, I mean, it was okay. Did I really feel like it was a necessary film to have to make? No, but it was a nice little filler film, so I give it like a 6.5 out of 10. I watched The Mandalorian up to season 2. I didn't watch the 3rd season, although I'm aware of what happens in it. So I watched the Book of Boba Fett. I watched the Obi-Wan show. I watched most of the Clone Wars. I didn't really watch any of Star Wars Rebels. Didn't really find it that appealing, but I know I probably should. I'm not. I try my best to tune into the animated elements of Star Wars, like aspects of Star Wars, but yeah, it's just kind of at the point I had to, like, the biggest contributor of why I didn't really keep up with a lot of the stuff I used to watch was, but like, I grew up with a dad who was a movie collector. I've watched so many fucking TV shows and films as a little kid growing up into my early 20s, you know, from various different genres. And by the time I got to like my mid-20s, it kind of hit this wall where I wasn't really interested in wanting to watch TV as much anymore. I kind of grew, like, I kind of just like started to shift away from it, you know. I would go out to the movies still once in a while, but I started focusing more on just, I don't know, IRL stuff and playing some video games and watching live streams, you know. That became like my main source of entertainment, is watching live streams of my personal streaming buddies and whatnot. So, and seeing like what Disney was doing with Star Wars, I just wasn't really intriguing me to want to, after watching the Skywalker trilogy that they made. It was just a big letdown for me. So I lost faith with them for a bit. Like, I still will continue to watch some of the main AAA stuff out of loyalty to my original love for Star Wars, but going beyond all the extended stuff, I need to kind of like step it up a bit more if I want to know and fill myself in. Mostly I just read what's on the internet to kind of fill me in based off of what's been released about all that extra content, so I can kind of keep up. instead of watching it directly myself. Alright, I'm gonna go get my dad in the bed. We'll come back and we'll hop into some more KOTOR 2. Alright, we're back. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, we're ready to go. Everybody to get into some more KOTOR 2. Lego. Okay, so now we have to go back to the crystal caves. to the plains.
Yatuka Uwanrika.
And so he's going to be this way. Side of the prison cell, or the energy cell. Master Rook is enclosed in a force field. A prisoner of these mercenaries, he regards you without expression.
Halt, settler. This is a restricted area. How the hell did you get through the Kinrath? You should leave.
Why are you holding Master Rook prisoner?
He's a Jedi Master? Well, the bounty's gonna be that much sweeter then. Nar Shaddaa is paying extremely well for Jedi. Especially if they're alive. I'm gonna say this nice and simple for your little calf-hurting head. Unless you want to wind up dead, leave now.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not in a question-answering mood. You're not supposed to be here. Leave or face the consequences.
Well, I'm sure we can work out some sort of deal.
I follow my orders, and nothing you can offer will change that. Besides, we're gonna get rich off the bounty for this Jedi.
I don't want to fight you, but I can't let you take Rook to Nar Shaddaa.
I warned you, but I'm glad you didn't listen. Attack, men!
This battle is joint.
Time to take you down to size.
This one is mine.
Always rushing into action without thinking of the consequences.
Well, I told him I didn't want to.
Kunda is in danger, and you've ruined the best chance of averting a full-scale conflict.
Always a pleasure, Vrook. I see you still have your cheery disposition.
Is this a joke to you? People's lives are at stake. Every action has consequences, no matter how small or insignificant they seem. And even the smallest choice has the potential for harm. The Mandalorian Wars was proof of this. Intentions mean nothing if a greater tragedy is caused.
Is this the same careful timing you were counting on in the Mandalorian Wars?
Did you think rushing into battle against the Mandalorians did anything but bring more harm to the galaxy? It only served to bring about a second war more dangerous than the first. Countless Jedi died in both conflicts, and everyone who followed Revan and Malak died or returned to the dark side. Except, conveniently, you.
By the time the Council acted, the Republic would have been torn apart.
Disobeying the Jedi Council brought about more destruction than the Mandalorian Wars ever could. Countless Jedi lost, the Republic broken. Enough of this. This is not the time for such arguments. The mercenaries have allied themselves with the Exchange and are planning to attack Kunda. They've been holding off for the right moment. And now, since they lost their captive Jedi, they'll attack immediately. I'm going to try to reach Administrator Adari. Time is of the essence.
Force Whirlwind. Dark Jedi Master Robe. This data pack contains orders from Nazgul to senior mercenary officers. The mercenaries have recently made a secret alliance with the Exchange and are planning an imminent attack on Kunda. With Administrator Adir dead, then the Exchange would be able to use the Antomy for their illicit activities. Completely undetected by the Republic, all preparations for the mercenary attack have been made, and they could attack Kunda at any moment.
You are the Jedi I've heard reports of, and I am Azkul, leader of the mercenaries on Dantooine.
What do you want with me?
Straight to the point. I like that. I will be equally direct. I am planning to take Kunda, and you're going to help me.
And why would I help you?
According to my reports, I have 4 times as many soldiers as the militia, and I'm committed to taking Kunda. It is inevitable that I will succeed. If you wish to avoid my men eradicating the people of Dantooine, you will make it easier for me to take Kunda. Of course, I will pay well for your services.
What did you have in mind?
There are many ways someone with your abilities can aid us. Before the action begins, I have 2 main tasks in mind for you. Disable the gun turrets and the traps.
So... okay, I'll help you.
Return to me when you are ready for us to begin our assault. I warn you not to keep me waiting.
What up, Tony? This is a light side playthrough. Since we're doing a canon playthrough, yeah, it's predominantly going to be mainly light side. There are some key moments where you have to make certain choices that won't align with the light side, but you'll still be making it out with the max light side.
I see you have found the elusive Master Vrook. He's told me that his rescue complicated our situation to some degree. I can't say that I anticipated that. I thank you for finding him, though. Vrook has informed me that the mercenaries devised a plan of attack to annihilate Kunda itself. I must ask for your aid again, Jedi. Zeron says that even with a plan, the mercenaries have to gather their forces, then coordinate their assault. So we still have time. I'm afraid the militia has not been adequately trained for the task that befalls them.
Who knows about the attack?
Right now, just us and the militia. I don't want to create a needless panic. But be assured I will make sure that all civilians are warned in time so they can get to safety. Though if we lose this battle, nowhere on Dantooine will be safe for settlers for long.
Can you give me anything to help?
I have instructed the militia and other Kunda personnel that you are to be provided with anything that can be spared. Unfortunately, that isn't much.
What can I do to help?
Our militia is effective at peacekeeping, but isn't prepared for a full-scale battle. If you can do anything to ready them for the reality of it, that would be helpful. Besides that, look around Kunda and see what you can do to strengthen our defenses. I know that we don't have the perimeter turrets online, and that alone could make a significant difference. Zeron says there is a considerable chance they will breach Kunda itself. Anything you can do to slow them down could turn the tide of battle.
Alright then.
Here is a MasterCard key that will open all of the security doors inside Kunda. Anything that might aid you in your task, please use. Soon, all the civilians will be evacuated. So if you have any business with them, I suggest you take care of it. Whenever you are ready to finalize the defenses, talk with Zeron. Do you require...
I was right about you. You are trouble. But you might just be the right sort of trouble we need. The mercenaries aren't quick to mobilize, so you have time to do what you need. Or you...
What's involved with finalizing defenses, or how much time do I have?
I don't know if it's certain. It could be a day or even a week. Depends on how good Azkul is at organizing his men.
We'll see what I can do.
You heard what the administrator said. Each of us has to do what they can to aid in the defense of Kunda. See where you can lend a hand. We'll have time to talk more when this is all over.
Zeron was right about the mercenaries all along. I guess my ego clouded my judgment as to what's best for Kunda.
Only attack hostiles. Modify droid to immobilize its patients. Reactivate the droid's automated healing subroutines. Computer. Defense droid status inactive. Change defense droid target priorities. Engage defense droids in patrol mode. Okay. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second here. Where the fuck is it? Can't? Hold up a second. There's that droid merchant that's outside. Damn it. Might have to craft them then.
Hey, get away.
The fuck? I can use that door if I want, bro. I've got a key card. A master key. Let me go back to my ship real quick. Are you alright?
The more worlds we travel to, the more questions I have. It's not just the hardships of the people, but something more.
Difficult to turn away from the suffering of others. That is why one must help when they can.
You are right, but there is something more at work here.
What do you mean?
The attacks on Qatar, Telos itself, the decay on Dantooine. Something is wrong, but I cannot pinpoint what. It's like their connections have become sickened, damaged. Sometimes I feel like I almost understand, and then it just slips away.
How did you get here, T3? You're deliberately avoiding answering. Why? Please check your core. I promise I'll be careful. I want to make sure you're alright. Just let me check, alright? Want to play the message?
T3, you have been with us since Terrace. Without you, we would never have escaped that place. And for that, I thank you. I'm leaving this message inside you because I have seen glimpses of the future. And the bond that he and I share does not allow him to hide everything from me. More of his memories have returned, and they trouble him. He has remembered something. Something on the edge of the galaxy, and he believes that he must go there to end it. But I am afraid for him. Afraid that he may not return. I need you to be the beacon, T3. If he is lost out there, on the edge of the galaxy, if he finds whatever terrible thing he has seen, then he may not survive. If he doesn't make it back, then I need you to return to the Republic. Find help. If you cannot find me, then seek out other Jedi. The Republic, I can't lose him, even if he believes he is protecting me.
Not a friend of yours? I understand why you were concealing that from me. I understand. I didn't think you kept messages like that. That person in the hologram a friend of yours? So, it's help you came in search of me. But why me? I was powerless, defenseless. You needed someone strong enough to fight the danger that was coming, someone who knew war and battle and could make the hard choices that had to be made. I'm honored, T3. I will do what I can to stop this threat. The message didn't tell me where the Ebon Hawk came from, though. But why don't you have that information? Deleted? By who? You deleted it. Why? I mean, there's something wrong here. There had to have been a reason for it. Don't be sorry. Maybe you had a good reason, or were trying to protect someone. Oh. Who was the person the hologram was talking about? Another missing friend. So what happened to your old friend? Why aren't you with him? He couldn't take anyone with him, even the woman in the hologram. And he left you. I'm sorry, T3. You did help, and you found us. So T3, if we can stop the Sith, then there is hope after all. So is that the message you were trying to hide then? Right? You know where that HK droid in the cargo bay came from? You're trying to rebuild him. Why? Protect me. But that's an assassin droid, a deranged assassin droid. I'd rather have your help, and that's it. I know. I understand you're not a combat mod. Alright, alright. So where did you get it from? Any idea how its parts got scattered all over the galaxy? I was captured by Godo earlier. How were you able to find his yacht? He snuck into the warehouse to steal the codes. So who's transmitting the codes to his yacht? Interesting. Okay, I say we have enough repair parts now. Let's go back to the militia base and get this shit taken care of. Defend friendlies. Okay. Seems to be everything.
Do you require any? I have. Besides.
I was right about you. The mercenaries aren't quick to mobile.
I'm ready to finalize the battle plans.
You sure? Once we're done with that, there may not be any time left before the mercenaries attack.
I'm certain I've done all I can.
All right. Then we got a lot to do.
Since you are here to bolster Kunda's defense, I will hurry to the mercenary camp and delay their assault however I can.
I imagine that the mercenaries have got two goals in this whole thing. Kill me and kill the administrator. The rest of the settlers won't have courage to resist if they succeed.
There really isn't anyone else that can rally the settlers?
It's not that the settlers aren't good people. Many folk just don't have the fighting mentality. They'd rather just make people happy and get along. But there isn't any getting along with Ascol. He's out for blood and taking the place over. So we gotta protect the administrator. Kunda can go on without me, but not without her. The administrator's locked up in her office tight, which means that the mercs have to go through us and Kunda's defenses. It isn't gonna be easy. I suspect we're gonna have to fight on the inside. They've got 3 entrances they're gonna try and break in. Here's the front door, the security door on the side, and the garage door in back. We got 3 squads of militia. We can assign people to the front, back, or inside. Backside has to guard 2 entrances. The front will have to fight more people, and the inside will have to deal with any that break through. So, where do you think the first squad should be deployed?
Main entrance.
The battles that had the least dying were always led by Jedi. I'm gonna go with what you think. Where do you want the second squad?
Inside by the administrator's door.
Alright. Where do you want the third squad?
The back by the garage.
Fine by me. The last question is, where do you want to go? Either the front or the back. I'll take whichever one you don't. That way both sides have...
I'll try covering the 2 back entrances.
The back? I suppose that there is more ground to cover with the 2 entrances. Alright. I'll take the front. Once the fighting starts,
I was going to go against his plan.
Area. We both have to guard our half of the battlefield. Come over to me and the mercs will just charge straight into Kunda. Thanks to you, they're going to have a tougher job. That's about it. Now we just need to dig in and wait for the mercs to come.
Have you talked to the men?
Well, I'll tell them what's there to do. I'm not much for words.
I think they could use some encouragement. Maybe I should speak to them.
All right, I'll assemble the men. I hope you can speak good.
Remind them that their friends and family are counting on them. What we're about to do is dangerous, but important. Important for friends and family. Enemies want to take everything worth taking from you, and we have to give it our all to stop them. Look around you. That's what we're fighting for. Each one of us has to back the other up. We can win this if we work as a team.
You're much better with words than me. I think it'll really help. Let's get ready for the mercenaries. If we fall here, all of Dantooine falls with us.
Tell me what you see, soldier.
They're mobilizing the militia. Looks like a lot of activity down there.
They've been warned. It won't be of any use. The plan doesn't change. Captains, prepare your men. Their leader, Administrator Tarina, must not survive the battle. Everything else is secondary to that objective.
Wait, don't you get the choice to play as a Jedi or Sith? More or less. It's more like you can go choose the dark side or light side playthrough. What's up, Marcel Lee? How you doing? Oh shit, that fast I already died? Damn, bro. Damn, I didn't save it right before the fight. I should have.
Yeah, something.
You seem restless.
It's all this traveling, being trapped in the ship. Everything's just too quiet.
Well, savor it while it lasts.
I'd rather be doing something, somewhere with people, activity, some life.
Like Nar Shaddaa?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been off planet. Guess I got used to it.
I haven't played these games in a while. Low-key waiting on the New Republic game. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. I wish that they could just fall through with already making a remake, but that seems to be keep delayed and like put on ice and then delayed and over again. But making a new entirely like an entirely new chapter for the series will be, I guess, a good direction to go with the fate of the Old Republic game. So I'm definitely looking forward to it as well. I mean, I was hoping we could talk.
Talk.
Wanted to get to know you a little better is all.
Why, you trying to be my mother? No thanks. Already had one. Somewhere.
Just thought you might need a friend.
No thanks. I didn't need friends on Nar Shaddaa, and I don't need them now. Alright.
Were you raised on Nar Shaddaa?
Look, before we get into a game of Guess the Pazak card, pull back on the throttle. I don't know you that well to start sharing our life stories.
Okay. Sorry.
Something up?
Want to teach some fighting techniques?
Oh, yeah? Alright, I think I've got it.
Something.
Let's teach you other techniques that I've learned in my travels.
Alright. But I tell... Alright, I think...
Something.
Alright. Alright.
Something up.
Alright, so he knows all the powers and abilities that I have now too. Beodor should be so close to becoming a Jedi now as well.
Yes, General. Sorry.
Statement.
Since we're working with one who started Malachor's too high, but you're countering all the sextations. How's that?
Statement. Well, all your behavior up to this point suggests either strong atonement or confirmation that the atrocities attributed to you during the war were in fact accidents.
I'm not proud of what I did during the wars, and I don't wish to discuss it.
Statement. I suspected as much, Master. There are few who would discuss such things with an assassination droid, and that is perfectly understandable. I mean, what use is there for communication in a galaxy such as ours? Understanding might be achieved, or sympathies might be gained by such callous acts. You are right to remain silent about your past. I have seen the damage that repressing such things brings, and it is far preferable to share such traumas.
I mean, are you trying to provoke me?
Answer. Why, no, Master. I have no intention of attacking you or enacting assassination protocols.
So why did you ask me about the Mandalorian Wars?
Answer. Why? Because your actions then and now are related, and I feel I need some context. I confess to being somewhat needy that way.
What do you mean?
Statement. Sometimes, Master, it is difficult for meatbags to step back and gain some perspective on death and its importance in their insignificant lives. Explanation. You see, Master, assassination is such a versatile tool. I have seen the removal of a single target have far-reaching consequences for a nation, world, even a galaxy. The repercussions of even the smallest lives, whether dead or alive, can have profound implications on history. But surely you realize this.
How's that?
Statement. Why your own life, Master? Your single life changed the face of the galaxy, of history itself. Malachor V was an impressive act of destruction, but its impact on the lives of others in the galaxy was far more extreme. I mean, Master, you brought about the death of the Mandalorian race. I doubt they realize it.
Kill that bot. Never.
HK
is the GOAT.
Recover.
Don't attempt to justify my actions or yours.
Retort. Oh, Master, I am attempting to justify nothing. Merely making an observation. Nothing would change the fact that I derive pleasure from ending the lives of others. I was only trying to bring death and its impact to your attention.
How many more do we intend to gather to us? This ship is not the galaxy. There is only so much room.
Only as many as I need, and only as many as will sacrifice themselves to me.
Then prepare for an army, I think, for it seems many more will come in time. They will follow you because you are a leader. Their kind always needs such, even when the figure deserves no such obedience.
Well, I deserve such obedience from them and you.
You deserve nothing, but you have earned such obedience, yes. They are tools, you are right. More than you know. I am not blind. I see what they see, hear their voices when they speak to you, and notice the change when they speak to others.
How do you know that?
I know many things, and I know what I am not. I am no leader. I speak with a voice that will never move others. I speak with a passion that goes unheard. They obey you because you are a leader, and perhaps something more. Have you noticed what has been happening? Have you felt it in them?
No. What?
They echo you, either fighting or surrendering to their feelings, their loyalty, their duty. Your mere presence serves as an example to them of something to uphold or something to fight against. Watch them carefully, see their patterns, and recognize the strength in it. Influence can be a weapon, one that you may need before your journey is done.
You have a point. I will reflect upon this.
Good, and then act upon it. It is a powerful tool to motivate others. That was Revan's way, I believe. It was a strength.
What do you mean?
Have you never asked yourself how Revan took the Republic and Jedi beneath him, how he made them his?
He was a powerful presence. There was little one did not believe you when he spoke with conviction.
Ah, but to make officers turn on their own people, to bomb innocent worlds, to make pacts. Strong influence, indeed. And where did these Sith teachings come from? And why did Revan embrace them so strongly? So many questions, yet the answers are few.
I thought the teachings of the Sith came from Korriban.
Oh, did they? No. Revan met no Sith empire, yet he learned their teachings. Many have mistaken the soldiers beneath Revan, the machines that were constructed to be the Sith. They are wrong. The Sith is a belief, and what Revan formed was not an empire, but something else. Yet how he did it is curious. And I suspect the answer to that question is tied to another. How was Revan able to corrupt so many so quickly?
Do you have any ideas?
Not a one. But we shall see where our journey takes us, I think, and see how many answers we come across, yes?
Well, I've had other questions.
Ask.
Can you tell me about the Mitra Sewer crystal?
That crystal is bonded to you. Through you, it acquires its character and strength. And through it, your power is enhanced. Let me focus on the crystal for a moment. There, now it is fully in tune with you again. Is there something else you wished?
What do you know about Visas' master?
He, if he can truly be called a man any longer, is one of the Dark Lords that pursues you. I do not think he knows what you are. Not yet. He spared the Miraluka, and that may have been the last shred of feeling that exists within him. Keep his slave close to you. I suspect there was a reason he spared her, and perhaps a reason that she survived when the rest of her people and the Jedi did not.
Well, he is no longer a man.
One cannot have power of that magnitude that her master possesses and still think and perceive the universe as we do, as most of us do. I had hoped that you would not have to confront him, but her presence here has changed all that. You will have to meet him in battle. You must be prepared to sacrifice the Blinded One. Perhaps her death will buy you the time you need to deal with her master.
If that is what must be done for victory, then I will do so.
Then you have a chance. Without her death, I do not know if he can be stopped.
No. Alright, we played the message. Okay. Oh, that'll probably look up. Talk to Vistas real quick.
My life.
I want to teach some of the forms I've learned.
I am I understand.
I taught you to make you stronger, not to serve me.
I do. My life. I understand. My life. I
need to keep
my life.
teaching her all of the techniques.
My life.
Was your master behind the destruction of Paragus?
My master did not cause the end of the planet you speak of. There are many factions within the Sith, all seeking to take what little remains in the wake of the Jedi Civil War. Where one moves, it is not always known to the others. But their purpose is the same. The death of all Jedi. Everywhere. They believe you are the last of the Jedi, and their hatred of the Jedi unites them. All their eyes are upon you, and it is a terrible, quiet darkness that pursues you.
Right. Sorry.
All right. Then we got a lot to do.
Since you are here to bolster...
One.
The security and
main entrance. Inside the administrator's door. Back by the garage.
The back. Thanks. That's about. I don't have the words. Let's get.
Tell me what you see.
They're mobilizing the militia.
They've been warned. They're...
See how this turns out.
I hear you.
My life is yours.
Dude, damn, they fucking kick her ass so hard.
Know where that came from? Time to take you down to size.
That stage feels fucking OP, dude. Here comes more.
We've lost too many soldiers. Fall back inside.
So you're the Jedi. I take it you are responsible for the surprises we've had during this battle. Stand aside. Our quarrel is with a distinguished administrator. This isn't your problem.
You can still back away.
You have no idea who you're talking to. I was going to spare your worthless life. I see I was in error. I was trained at Malak's academy. Your tricks won't work on me. You're just another dead Jedi to me.
Sorry I was held up, but it looks like I've arrived in time to pull you out of your predicament.
Kill them all.
Well, here we go.
came from.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that Dantooine will not forget how the Jedi protected us from this planet.
The Jedi? It was just one Jedi, actually, and I am considered an outcast by other Jedi.
I'm sorry to offend you. You are, of course, our savior, and I am very grateful to you.
Happy to help.
We are a humble community, and this conflict has greatly diminished our resources. I hope this reward will be sufficient.
Keep the credits. Use it to rebuild Kunda.
I am humbled by your generosity. I will put this to good use. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be slow to rebuild, but I am confident now that we will one day achieve prosperity.
Kunda is safe in no small part due to you. I feel certain that the Administrator wouldn't have made it without your assistance. I may have misjudged you. In any case, I am free to talk about whatever you wish.
Where are all the rest of the Jedi?
There are a few of us left, but I do not even know if the others still live. We may be the last. We've been forced to divide our forces and retreat to places which will be difficult for our enemies to detect and attack.
So where are these other Jedi?
We have chosen to hide our presences from each other, so that the discovery of one will not endanger the others.
How can you contact each other?
We cannot. And we have resolved not to until we have found where the Sith are striking from. But even as our numbers thin, there is still no trace of them. We had hoped to outmaneuver them. By letting them believe themselves victorious, we thought they would become bold and step from the shadows.
Well, I've already met with Zez Kyle on Nar Shaddaa.
Nar Shaddaa? Why would he go there?
He believed that all life on Nar Shaddaa could conceal him.
It is good that you bring word of him, but you must not speak of it to others. It will only put him and any other Jedi who remain in danger.
There must be a way to assemble all of the Jedi, though.
We cannot. And we have resolved not to until... But even as our... We had...
And what then?
Then, all of us who remained vowed to meet here on Dantooine. From here, we can plan a course of action and carry the battle to them. But so far, they remain in hiding. And Jedi continue to vanish and die. You have...
I need to know why you casted me out of the Order.
Because you defied the Council and followed Revan to war. And from that war came another. Do you know how many worlds were destroyed in those wars? Dantooine, Telos, Sirocco? Do you see now why we counseled caution instead of action? You are the only one to come back and face judgment. But that was because you had lost your connection to the Force. Another casualty of war. No doubt you still blame us for your exile. I had hoped your isolation would give you time to reflect on what had happened, what you had done. But I see it as not. You have more questions for me?
At the end of my trial, you and the other master said something happened to me. What was it?
You have seen the end of your trial? Perhaps you would like to explain how you came to this knowledge.
Heard it on a holo transcription of my trial.
That was intended only for the Jedi Council. If what remains of the Council chooses to tell you, then I will abide by their decision and its consequences.
Don't you think I have a right to know?
There is little I can tell you. Master Kavar felt something had happened to you in the war, but all he had was suspicions, not truths. And Kavar was too close to you in any event. He, too, felt the call of war and took to battle more than a Jedi should. His speculations would not help you now, but enough of this. It is knowledge for the Council alone until they choose to reveal it. You have more questions for me?
Well, the Sith have revealed themselves.
Have they? I've seen no evidence of them upon Dantooine. Only murderers and raiders.
Exist, and they've already attacked me.
Why would they attack you? You are no Jedi. You cannot feel the Force.
I do not know, but they believe me to be a Jedi.
For some reason, I believe you. Still, I am curious as to how they would know to find you. Your trial was not public knowledge. Regardless, these Sith have struck, and you survived. This is more knowledge than I had before. And that means the Jedi may gather. If you can find others, or find some trace of the Sith threat, then we shall gather here on Dantooine. And from there we may decide what can be done. You have more questions for me?
I think I'll be going now.
I suppose there is something I should show you. It will keep you alive long enough to prove useful. When you are facing a long campaign, you need to be more conservative with how you use your Force energy. This form gives you increased Force affinity. In simple terms, it helps you to quickly regenerate Force energy in the middle of a fight. I don't know how you learned that so quickly. Still, your form is sloppy. Keep practicing to tighten it up and you'll be fine.
Get all the loot that was around the base.
Thanks for helping out the militia.
You are always welcome.
Thanks for your help with the mercenaries.
Elsa's keeper robe. Alright, folks, let's get ready to go over to the next planet, and then I think we're going to call it from there, because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, showing more droids. Come on, dudes. Give it a rest.
Unnecessary observation. Annoying recitation. Let us proceed to facilitate communications. Recitation. And... Sailing master.
Well, check it again. It can't be anything else. Just check the damn connector. I don't trust the diagnostics any more than I trust you. Because I don't like droids. They break. In the head.
Damn.
Well, whatever you call that thing on your head. Yeah, well, if I'm mean to you, it's because I care.
Is there? Must be hearing things. But for a moment.
The fuck?
Yes, General?
There is something. I have found your presence to be inspiring. With your growth in the Force, you seem to have found your center. And throughout the dangers we face, you remain calm and focused.
Right, I've never felt better.
I understand now why others followed you to war. Perhaps that is what leadership is. And it is something I have seen in only a few during my travels. In any event, it has been some time since I traveled with a Jedi, nor one so firmly upon the path. I wanted to thank you. I fear the stories that were spoken of you have misrepresented you, and if I have the opportunity, I shall reverse them whenever they arise.
I thank you for your kind words, but they're not necessary.
Very well. Then I shall keep my favorable opinions to myself. Forgive me, but there is something I must ask. In my study of the Jedi histories and the more contemporary records, I have heard tales of a Jedi who was exiled. You are that Jedi. But the records are somewhat evasive on why this was done. I wanted to discuss why you chose to leave the Jedi
Ramstein,
Order
thank you very much for
and
the
accept
likes.
exile.
I left to protect the innocents of the Other Room.
I see. And because you went to war, they cast you out?
Yes, that is what they told me at the trial. Well, at least at first. I thought that was the sole reason. Now I'm not so sure.
Do you have a record of this trial?
Yes, the droid has a holo recording of it.
Perhaps I shall examine it when I get the chance. With your permission.
I trust you. Go ahead.
I appreciate your trust. Thank you.
I'll be going now.
Yeah, something wrong? Go ahead.
Why didn't you kill your targets?
I've killed people before, but not if I don't have to.
Because all life is connected and Malachor proved it. You know what that loss of family means even to your targets.
Oh, do I? Is that it? How you could ever possibly hope to understand is beyond me. Jedi don't have family. I know what happened at Malachor 5, and I know Jedi didn't care about life there.
We did what we had to be done, and I carried that decision still.
Get away from me. The next time you come and ask me a question, I swear I'll shoot you in the head and dump you out the airlock.
What would be the next canon order for the planets? The Duxon / Onderon seems to be the next choice. Off we go. Uh-oh.
Well, this is Onderon. It looks like there's a long line to get into the ISIS starport.
Something feels wrong here. A great disturbance here in orbit, and again on the planets below.
I guess this blockade is a symptom of larger problems on Onderon.
If they decide to do a cargo search, we're gonna be in trouble.
Looks like we're about to find out. I'm receiving a message from some Colonel Tobin. Patching it through.
The Ebon Hawk. I was told to expect your arrival. I don't know your business on Onderon, but it ends here.
Not good.
We've taken some hits. We can try to fight back, or I can outrun them and hide us on the jungle moon nearby. It's your call.
We better run for it to the moon. I didn't want to kill a bunch of Republic troops in case that was going to bite us in the ass later.
You know, just once I wish someone was glad to see us. But no, if it isn't weapons pointed at our heads, it's someone trying to blast us out of the sky.
How badly is the ship damaged?
It's taken a little damage, nothing too serious. I'm shutting down all unnecessary systems until we make repairs. It'll keep us from being a target.
So where do we land now?
Looks like one of the moons of Onderon. Not sure which one. It's mostly jungle and mountain. I did pick up the remains of an old outpost near here. Maybe that's why there's all these clearings around. Maybe they were once settlements.
There were no settlements here. Those clearings were most likely once craters or crash sites.
Crash sites?
This is Duxon, where the Mandalorians began their crusade against the Republic. The remains of whatever outposts you detected here are military ones. We should be careful.
This is where the Mandalorian Wars started? This doesn't look like much of a battlefield.
Much is buried here, and there is much that should remain buried.
So what now?
Well, the space battle's still going on overhead. Since they were so eager to use our hull for target practice, I doubt they're just gonna forget us. Well, I don't like it. Onderon is about as far from the core as you can get and still be in the Republic. But even out here, the locals have heard of us.
We're lucky I was able to find this place to land. Looks like something has cleared away the jungle in a few spots around here.
We need to get to Onderon then.
Until the ship is repaired, we're not going anywhere. Unless you can find another route to Onderon, we should sit tight.
There may be a means to get to Onderon by another route. The Force has guided us here for a reason. We should explore our surroundings. There is something here.
Something? Oh, there's something here, all right. Predators. Not small flit darters, but big, mean, nasty predators.
Nevertheless, we should explore our surroundings. And that nearby outpost would be as good a place as any to begin.
Alright, let's head to the outpost then.
Well, if you go, be careful. No telling what other ships were forced down in the battle.
I have a feeling the ship will not be repaired until our business here is concluded. Do I make myself clear?
Yeah, I understand. What's so important about this place?
This is where the Mandalorian Wars began. She fought here once, and there are things here she must see.
She fought here? Why didn't she say anything?
Do you speak of all your battles? Or are there some you wish to forget?
Alright, my friends, I'm going to save it here. I'm going to be wrapping it up. Thank you guys so much again for coming in and hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure as always. We'll be back on again later today with some more KOTOR 2 as we push forward through some more of the story. But until then, to be sure to stay safe and enjoy yourselves, and I will see you again next time.